Well, there's nobody here yet, so I'm not going to say good evening. So, well, good evening to anybody who's here yet. Well, one watching. Let's see how nobody shows up. Oh, well, okay, everybody did show up. All right. Mike L. Dead BQ, what's up? Paula, Tracy, Trish, how are you guys doing? Let's see if this night turns into a little more fun, and hopefully it's, like I said, hopefully Friday night was just like a practice run for everybody. You know, if you haven't ridden in a little while, just like anything else, riding a bike, doing whatever it is you like to do. Sometimes you need to warm up. So let's see if that helps. And if nothing happens, I guess we'll make our own trouble. Why not? So let's see. Holy shit, 23 people already. Yeah, like and subscribe, guys. I guess we'll see. Portland Andy's got some stuff up, so I guess we'll follow along with him for a bit. 60 EB. We'll try that. Roe v. Wade protest live. Smoke it scan, nothing good. Yeah, I think Portland Andy's really the only good thing right now. I guess we'll just watch his stuff for a minute. Are there riots going on? Not yet. I kind of thought there would be. Also, remember, it's 11 o'clock at night Eastern Standard Time, so out west, it's still kind of bright out. In LA, it's only like 8 o'clock, so, nothing really goes crazy until it gets dark out. So, just keep that in mind. Let's see here.
She worked at Johns Hopkins, and she worked in I'm not sure what it was called.
I'll leave some sound going, but not a ton.
Scientist.
Don't need to get talked over on my own stream.
She knows all about pheromones. I learned a lot.
Yeah, it looks like in Phoenix it's getting dark.
Trust me, I learned a lot.
In Dallas it's definitely dark, but it's not dark everywhere.
Thank you very much, Portland, Andy.
So, let's see what happens. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody had a great time. Had a good day.
You meant the Freedom Convoy's nothing. Cheers.
Uh-oh. What the fuck happened here? I think my computer just froze up. Sorry, guys. If it did on you. Because I tried to close out Photoshop and it just got all retarded on me. No, I don't want to save those. Oh, there we go.
Let the old man go. Thank you for the heads up on that San Diego shot thing. What? I know where they're at. Oh my god.
Y'all doing a good job. Y'all doing a good job keeping them from coming in.
Hey, Robin. Petty F, what am I missing? Won't it just take Congress to pass a law or each state to decide? Supreme Court said it's not a federal issue. It's for the states to decide. So, them passing a law, Congress passing a law, I'm not sure would even be legal. Especially this Supreme Court would strike it down. Where are they rioting? They're not rioting anywhere yet, but kind of thought it might get going as we get going tonight. You know, because everybody appears to be a little mad. Yeah, earlier today when I was posting, you know, in my community, yes, I do a little bit of ironwork and forging. It's kind of fun. It's been a little while since I tried to make a blade or a knife or like a sword. But yeah, I like kind of making other stuff as well. It's probably the first time I've done it in about a year. About this time last year, I tore my patella tendon, so I was kind of hobbled up for most of the summer. And then I spent most of the winter rehabbing it, and also, you know, I'd have to, you know, where I have to go use my anvil and stuff, I'd have to walk kind of far, so it wasn't something I was able to do till just recently. So,
Angel K super chatted $5.
But yes, I do. It's a lot of fun. You know, it's a lot of fun. You know, except when you get burned. Other than that, it's pretty good.
Cash App or buy me a coffee. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't go on Facebook anymore. Facebook sucks.
Third way would be super chat.
Probably only to make it federal as an amendment, maybe.
However you feel safe.
But I'm not sure if the Supreme Court would say that still doesn't count.
However you guys feel safe.
I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well.
I mean, that's what I can ask for, really. I mean.
Yeah, no, not a patella injury. Like my patella tendon, that one they hit with the hammer and your knee kind of like boop. Yeah, literally, I tore that like right in the middle. Like if this is your patella tendon, I did that. So hurt like hell.
So I think if I just use my Stripe account,
hurt like hell.
Make my own platform.
I'm
not too familiar.
So
with that,
yeah,
but if we can figure it out, that'd be cool.
Facebook sucks a lot. Yes, it does. It really sucks. Really sucks.
You know what is the best way?
Sucks so bad.
The best way is go in the description, right? Go to the Amazon gift list. There's a list on Amazon right there in the description. Buy something on the Amazon wish list.
So
I won't get taxed for it.
It really hurt.
You won't even pay taxes because it's in Portland.
Yeah, Portland is just weird with long hair.
Shit, I won't get taxed. I won't have to pay no fucking taxes.
No, I'm actually working on
the Amazon wish list.
Because I made a bunch for my mom a while ago, but she needs more. I made her a set of napkin rings, so I was working on those today, making her new napkin rings. And you know, more of just hammer control and how I made the patterning and all that. So that's kind of what I did today. Not yet, we just started, but hey, the night is still young. And if not, then I don't know, we'll watch something. Did you used to do videos there? Is that a thing? You mean like when I would like forge and do stuff on the anvil? No, I never did, but you know, I've thought about now that I'm able to start doing it again, you know, filming it if I do stuff just to kind of mix it up a little on the channel and, you know, throw my hobby in once in a while.
You don't remember that, Nuclear? Wow, I thought you were a viewer.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I guess you don't watch very much shit. Oh yeah, you can also donate on Twitch too. I forgot. Twitch.
Facebook's where you.
Twitch is a good way.
Yeah, pretty much nowadays. Yes, Trish, I watch Forge and Fire. It's pretty good.
Thank you very much, Portland, and these are all.
There are parts of it that are interesting, but there's a lot of it where. I've seen, you know,
Twitch is,
I know guys who are experienced and renowned blade makers who don't want to go on the show because some of those challenges are so random. Your knife can break and not be your fault, and then you could lose business. And guys have lost business from that show.
I get 75% of.
So yeah, it's fun to watch, kind of like the amateur guys go at it, but it's a, you know, there's a reason why there aren't as many Master Smiths on there. There's a bunch who won't do it.
Oh, I saw somebody with ice cream. I didn't know it was an ice cream truck out here, though.
Yes, Doug Marcaida loves his job, but Doug Marcaida is a pretty cool dude, so he's pretty neat. I have not taken one of his classes, but I know a lot of people
Where's my weed at?
who do it, who have taken his classes. Yeah, the heat treating is done by the people on the show, but the issue is when they give you like some of these shitty junk steels and you have to make a knife out of some of that.
Every
There's no way to
part-
find the stress
Yep.
fractures that may
That one's
exist
cool.
already in it. Like, there's so many things that
one-
can go wrong
Every time you do 4 of those,
that you
I get
literally
75 cents.
would have no control over, but it makes you look bad that you
Where'd the
lost.
weed go, though?
So there are guys who, Walter Soros is a guy on YouTube who does knife making. He's explained it. Like, he went on the show, and he's a great blade maker, and his blade broke in the first round, and it made him look like a bum.
I found it.
And that's far from the case. He's a really fucking good bladesmith. But it just, you know, the way the randomness worked out kind of screwed him over. Yes, there is a
There was
Reproductive
covered up
Rights
by Mis- it was
Act that's
covered up
already
by
passed the
Mr.
House and
Fulci's
waiting for the
freaking
Senate.
shit.
But that's a long way to go.
Like, I had the weed, right, in this thing. But then Mr. Fulci's freaking postcards, like, covered it up like that. I couldn't even see it.
Yeah, that's the problem with leaf springs, because if they've been used and beat up, they will develop fractures. And I'm going to listen in to see if we got anything fun going
You
on.
know what? Reason why the burps are so low? Pick them up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it looks like
Crank up
there's...
those blurps. Let's try it again. See how loud it is. So I couldn't see it. Thanks, Mr. Fulci.
Yeah, it looks like there's...
Play another blurp. Let's see how it sounds.
You know, everybody says that, but remember, it's got to stay...
Louder, huh?
People got to stay pissed off until November, and also, you know, a lot of the minority communities out there, including the Hispanic community and the black
louder?
community, are
Is
not
that
fans
loud
of
enough?
abortion and are fairly
Want it
conservative
louder?
when it comes to social issues. You know, I think it'll bring... I think it'll be a wash at the end of the day. Yes, that's Portland Annie on the right. Yeah.
Girl, ain't nobody trying to figure
Reddit's been funny. Twitter's been hilarious.
Oh yeah.
So there have been all kinds of things there. Count Dankula, yeah. There's even more stuff that's happened, and he still can't believe people are.
I'm gonna end the live for a minute. Like I said, DPD is not allowing anyone to turn into the parking lot out of respect for Shalonda's mom. So this is Real News Ryan reporting. I'll be back in a little bit. Let me charge my phone so we can go live again when it's about to liven up. Y'all have a good night.
Look there, no. Looking so sad, Lucky. Man, poor Steve.
So
Not looking so hot. We want fart sounds and super chats. We'll go to fucking Twitch.
oh, okay, Isfahan Kovacs. Well, Roe v. Wade got overturned, and a lot of people are mad. So we're waiting to see if there's going to be any rioting tonight. I kind of thought there might be, and since Nick is indisposed and not available, I thought I'd take over trying to grift and cause problems, because why not? I mean, yeah. I mean, you can be, you know, you don't have to agree with every single political plank to work with a party. You know, the same way, you know, you can be a pro-gun Democrat. It's really hard given how polarized things get, but you know, it could happen. I don't like the idea of saying never ever, because that's always a dangerous setup. Yeah, Nick doesn't do weekends, but like last night he wasn't available, so I thought I'd take over. Do you think he's into taking away gay marriage too? I think Clarence Thomas's point with Oberfell and some of these other cases is, yes, it was not properly decided. Just like Roe was not decided properly. If you want to talk about through the Privileges and Immunities Clause, sure. But I think Clarence Thomas is saying that should be a state-by-state issue at the end of the day. Or at the very least, you can't ban it, but because obviously he's not going to want to overturn Loving. I mean, he is in an interracial marriage himself. So I think people are kind of getting a little overblown in what he's trying to say. So I think that's the issue. Well, no, Clarence Thomas talked about Oberfell. He also talked about Griswold. I mean, there's a lot of cases I think he feels he makes a lot of these esoteric arguments that you can decide them, but decide them under a different standard. And I don't think that's really odd, because even Ginsburg said Roe was decided improperly, and she thought it was a mess and a tangle and should have been decided differently. It should be redefined and refined. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, Ginsburg would actually agree with this in part. She would dissent in part, but I think she would have to, agree in part. Yes, every state will just get to make their own rules now, which is kind of funny because the Supreme Court still said, with Bruin, states can still make their own gun laws. So, for people, who are concerned about abortions, welcome to the Second Amendment, where you're not welcome in every state and there's all kinds of restrictions. Next, they're going to ban fisting. Oh, I hope they don't. That would be horrible. Yes, there'll be all kinds of back alley fistings. Jeez. If you guys know anybody else who's got a stream up that might be better, let me know, just in case. Well, they're writing. Well, they're upset because they feel that it should be federally protected, and that you should have that access in every state. So that's why they're upset. It's not some of them might also be completely ignorant of the issue and think it's all going to get banned now. But I think for a lot of people who actually are educated on it, they feel that's a right everybody in every state should have. Yeah, smoke and scan was, but it didn't look like anything happened. Jim Satala, what are your thoughts on attacking the Mumford and Gun Control Act permanent prohibition for felons? Barrett's talked about the idea that, felons have the right to get their firearms back. In many states, you can get your rights back statutorily as a felon if you've been convicted of a crime. In some states, it actually happens by default. In some states, you just have to petition and you automatically get them back. She talks about it, but once again, it's kind of like I talked about it with, Rekieta and Barnes. Getting Brett Kavanaugh on the, hey, everybody can own a machine gun train is not going to happen. He's also not going to jump on the, hey, let's let felons who have served their time and completed all terms and conditions of release and probation or parole to get a gun. I just don't see that happening. So even if there were valid arguments, I don't think it would go anywhere. Clarence Thomas might agree with it, but yeah, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, I'm not sure would go along with it. Roberts definitely wouldn't. I don't see him. He's a pussy, so we know he ain't gonna do it. What I think of the Texas mayors petitioning for red flag laws, it's bullshit. Red flag laws will be abused. The idea that the police are going to show up, take your stuff, and then I have to show up in court and convince a judge, look, I'm not a threat, I'm not crazy, and I'm going to have to go pay probably to get a mental health examination done. And in the meantime, we're talking about, even if they could speed things up, probably 2 or 3 weeks at the fastest, that I've been deprived of rights. And instead of it being the other way around. We talked about that as well in the stream. I think it's bullshit. You should never be denied your rights like that. It never happens any other way. Even under the Baker Act, there are safeguards in place. With these red flag laws, there are no safeguards. And there's no safeguards that people start abusing it and harassing it. Just like in divorce cases, People will throw around allegations of physical and sexual abuse between the parents. Use that as a weapon. This will get used as a weapon. This will be used politically. I guarantee you. It's going to be used by people to terrorize and harass their opponents. And there's going to be no liability for it. In fact, I bet a lot of states are going to say you don't have the right to know who accused you, which I think is a massive Sixth Amendment violation, because you have the right to confront your accuser, especially in a situation where you're losing your rights. Your right to possess firearms. That's a liberty interest as well, and it's a due process interest. And you probably aren't going to be allowed to question these people. Or if you do, there's going to be so many protections, and the judges won't allow you to dig into certain things. I mean, there's going to be so many fucking problems. Aside from people just getting shot, period. The police with guns out interacting with people, the odds of somebody getting hurt skyrocket. The more guns there are in somebody's hands and the police think somebody's crazy, it's going to lead to people getting hurt. And that alone is a problem. But aside from that, there's so many other problems that are going to happen from this. They do have a process, June. Right at the top of my head, I don't remember, but if you Google it, there's actually a process, because they'll deliberate and they'll talk about a case, and then, they assign the opinions out to people to write. Once they write the opinion, it gets circulated around, and then from there, people might agree, and when you see like a bunch of justices all together agreeing and, concurring, that's fine. Sometimes those justices will write a separate concurrence. They'll write a separate dissent. They'll write a partial concurrence saying, I agree with all that, but in particular, I have an issue with part, D and E of this, ruling. But I agree with it for different reasons. There's sometimes dissents on A, B, and C, but then they'll say D and E are correct. All kinds of stuff. And there are some wild opinions out there where the things bounce around all over the place. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Texas GHO red flag laws, RFLs. Yeah. Oh, just saying I have so many ears. All right. Well, then, yeah, there. I turned it off right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually right, HM. I'm not that's something Kurt might know off the top of his head, but it's been a while since I remembered who does what. What if I argue in front of the Supreme Court one day and you just called one a pussy? If I get to the point where I'm actually in front of the Supreme Court, I don't care. Because that's like playing, bottom of the ninth of the World Series. That's the big stage. I'm working on actually getting admitted to the Supreme Court. It's actually super easy. You pay like $100. You pay the fee, and 2 other attorneys who have been on it can vouch for you. So that's actually not hard. But actually arguing a case, yeah, that would be fun. Yes, I agree. That would be an issue. Trying to adamantly show you're not crazy, you're not a threat, is going to be used against you. Yes. Dumb YouTube name. Yeah, some people do abuse the Baker Act, but the Baker Act has a lot of safeguards in it, especially when you're dealing with adults. I know parents are using it improperly on their children. Yeah, there's not something I'll say they're positive, but like if you get Baker Acted, though, somebody Baker Acts you, you have a lot of rights and there's things you can do to fight it. No, you can't. As far as owning National Firearms Act weapons, there are some states like California, you can't own anything. Silencers, machine guns, short barrel rifles, short barrel shotguns, destructive devices, there's states where you can't own any of that. There's some states that don't let you own suppressors. Some states don't let you own machine guns. Once again, like I said, Second Amendment's kind of the redheaded stepchild of the rights. Kiwi Thinker. Oh, how are you doing? Good evening to you, sir. Or actually, probably afternoon for you. Good afternoon, Sunday. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad... I would, as much as I hate to say it, crawling into a hole like that, I would recommend it. Sanitizing some of your stuff out there, guys. Oh, yeah, no, New Jersey is a complete mess. You have to get a pistol permit to purchase a pellet gun. So, no, New Jersey's an absolute horrible state. I've heard this before, though. If you have a disability, you have to show why. And I'd argue that's an Americans with Disabilities Act issue. And I'm not sure why nobody has brought it up on those grounds, because the ADA is the one law that has such amazing power. It crushes everything. Yeah, hey, fills the void. Fills the void for me, too. Because it's either this or I scream at people on squad, and, that's getting kind of boring right now. New Jersey, yes, and you can't pump your own gas there, and that drives me insane when I was there earlier, when I was there in May. I thought that was still a bunch of bullshit. M2, I'm not talking about disability lawyers. Arguing Americans with Disabilities Act claim in an appeal, I think, is a separate issue. You don't necessarily need to be experienced in that. Just having to know the ADA. I'm surprised some, firearms group hasn't done that yet, but... Squad player, yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think having the amphib stuff is pretty neat. I think the Hueys are pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a good change. I can't wait till they put the Chinese in, though. I know they're working on the PLA, so that'll be a lot of fun as well. Yeah, the citizens in New Jersey cannot be trusted. Yeah, that was the other thing, because I drove all over New Jersey. I went from, basically from Atlantic City all the way up to where Joe lives for a wedding. And yeah, there were all kinds of, making the left turns in New Jersey. That's so weird. Making U-turns, the whole thing. Ooh, one of them looks like it's getting spicy, that middle one. There are a lot of people, and I don't know where that's at. Is that in D.C.? Oh, God, I hope they run the fences there. Oh, no, those are palm trees. That's not D.C. The politicians are still afraid of Washington. Yeah, a lot of states are right now. New Jersey, California, New York, they've all put out memorandums to their state police agencies saying you can no longer ask the question about justifiable need to get a carry permit. So that's gone out. They're still probably going to deny a shitload of them, though, and that's going to take further court action. But so far, yes, a lot of these states are recognizing there's nothing they can do at this point. Chris, so this guy in the bottom right, he's got a bunch of streams going at once, so you can kind of see what's going on all over the place. We're just waiting to see why, and see if something happens. Oh, the original Washington. Okay. I gotcha. No, this guy's not a guest. I'm kind of sniping his stream to see if anything cool happens. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I think, because originally that's what the pistol brace was for, was some guy who could not hold a AR-15 one-handed. or two-handed. Yeah, I think that's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that won't work. Maybe the ATF will say, look, if you can verify you have a disability, then we'll let you do it, which doesn't run afoul of the ADA, because if you show you have the disability, you can utilize it. That may be the issue there. I don't know. I do. That's kind of what I think. Maybe I don't know though. We'll see. Fair and Balanced. Hey, how you doing? I hope you're having a fun time. I know you got out of there alive. So, when you went over to SCOTUS yesterday, no, this is not all in DC. Some of this is in Phoenix, I think. Some of this is in Denver. I think there's some in LA as well. Evie Warner for $1.99. I remember the BLM rights. This is nothing. Yeah, this is not 2020, but hey, you got to work with what you got, and if this is what we got, it is. This doesn't really change any of their rulings, because the ATF isn't involved in the regulation of carrying a pistol. And the ATF, does a lot of opinion letters and determinations. Now, yes, if they charge someone and they actually take them to trial, I think you can make arguments these are unconstitutional actions, but until they actually do it, I think there's a lot that kind of holds back on that. So, if they don't do anything, if they don't charge people with the issue, I think that kind of makes it a non-problem. Yeah, I thought he was either his support hand was not able to be used, or he was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't get his other arm over to shoot. I forgot what the issue is. Kiwi, when we're talking about New Jersey, you should Google New Jersey turns. You'll understand this is not a roundabout. This is a separate thing, and it's entirely weird. Chris, no simping tonight. No simping tonight, son. Yeah, I know Portland Andy doesn't care. Portland Andy's a good dude. Yeah, the turns are called jug handles. I learned that when I was there. All the BLM rioters died from the coup. Oof. That's not possible. We were told that rioting was okay, or being in the protest was okay. That was safe, because racism was a bigger health risk. Hold on one second, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, the lack of face masking cuts down on the rioting. Yes, it does a little bit. Well, yeah, the jug handles wouldn't be possible here. Switch it over to the right side, then. I think it would still make it weird. Oh, great. Now we're sitting in the middle of the road. This is like the perfect time for a dump truck with failed brakes to show up. I've always been, aside from like somebody not paying attention on their cell phone, plowing in you and killing you, just the amount of people and the amount of like car attacks that, what happened in Nice, France, back a couple years ago. But even now, just like here, some guy can get like a U-Haul truck or like an F-150 or a van and just plow into a group. There's no way in hell I understand marching in the street, but sitting down and being stuck, because if you're sitting down and something happens, you're not going to be able to jump up right away. So I don't understand why people do this. The risk is extremely high, and it's weird. Yeah, I was going to say, Farron, I don't know what you're up to tonight. If you want to come on, I'd be happy to send you a link. But I know even, everybody needs a break once in a while, so I would understand that as well. Oh, apparently other people were asking that question as well. Well, I don't know if she's still here. I'll send her the link and see on Twitter, see if she's there. Understand. I was going to say, Farron, if you're still there, check your Twitter DM and you can let me know. Oh, hop on top of there. Okay, yeah, I just sent it to you. She needs to, sounds like she will. What do you think about the switch to 6.8 millimeter for armor defeat combined with states starting to ban body armor? I mean, 6.8 probably would be effective for that, but I mean, M855 is good at getting through armor, so is M855A1. And if you really need to get through armor, 30-06 black tip pretty much always takes care of the problem. So, those always work. But yeah, even in the states that are trying to ban body armor, I don't know where that goes. The idea that you're not allowed to have protective equipment, says a lot, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. I own a couple of plates, and then, they're good for what they need to be. And I take care of them and hope, God forbid, I don't have to find out if they work. Yes, it does. It definitely does. Yeah, these same people would say you have to take the shot. And I think that's a problem, and they don't really have a good way of describing how they resolve that. So, because you'd have to arrest a gajillion people, and the cops don't want to. If you arrest people, then you have to process them. That takes time. You got to go deal with it. As a cop explained to me one time, big arrest, big problems. Little arrest, little problems. No arrest, no problems. And they're really not causing any problems at this point. It's Saturday night in these cities. They're not out on the highways. They're on a city street. In Phoenix, it looks like they're near the state capitol. That's kind of where you should be doing this anyway. There's not a risk of, injury at this point. So, yeah, you have the right to protest. You have a right to voice your grievances and redress against the government. I think this is actually a valid exercise of their First Amendment rights. So, as much as I know some of you want to see the cops just start cracking skulls and shooting tear gas canisters into people, this is actually, so far, okay. Yeah, this that 277 Fury stuff has a rating of 80,000 psi. Yeah, and that's, I have a feeling in the future that's still going to get downgraded. That's a lot, and you know, there's gonna be technological developments that'll make that not necessary, I assume, in the future. I'm still not 100% sure the Army is going to fully adopt it. They're doing field trials, and they're going to see if it works. I still think in the end of the day, they're going to keep the M16 and the M4. I don't see what advantage this really gives them over anything else. Chris, she's gonna join. She's doing stuff. She'll be on. Just ice your titties down. She'll be here. Ice them down. All right. She'll be here in like 15 minutes. Scott Cardinal. Oh, hey Scott, how you doing? Yeah. So far, everything's been pretty quiet. People are just voicing their rights, which, yeah, I mean that's also a good thing as well to see people participate in government like adults and not act like savages. So, hey Shaw, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, they say that, but M855 was designed to penetrate a Russian helmet at 600 yards, and a Russian helmet's got fairly decent armor on it. If you go back and watch Oxide, there's a channel guy named Oxide. He actually tests a lot of Russian armor, and U.S. military stuff handles it pretty well. I would not want to wear Russian armor and go up against somebody with an M16. So I would look his stuff up. The Russian stuff is, aside from maybe what they're wearing right now, and this guy doesn't have access to, it's nothing worth writing home about. It's, it's armor, but, some green tip will give them a bad day. So, Farron's dropping a massive log. I'm doubting it. I doubt it. They're not. SIG's turned around their quality control lately. Past couple of years, they've gotten a lot better. They figured it out. So, they're not shit tier. They are not, but once again, like I said, it was to show you just how effective it could be. It would have the ability to penetrate at 600 yards. Other rounds, like M193, would bounce off of it at 600 yards or just dent it. What are you guys looking at here? Yeah, I agree with on the highways, but like I said, these people are like around the State House. That's kind of where you expect and hope people would protest. They're not like out in some random street corner, like dragging people out of their cars and beating them senseless. So, August is the dumpster trial. So, I know Nick's going to cover that. Not yet. They tried earlier. Not sure what we're talking about there. So, damn it, this thing. I hate this sometimes. StreamYard, you guys got to fix this. Like, let the scrolling stop so I can actually read stuff. Okay, SIG is fine, but we're not going to turn this into a SIG fanboy. Okay, yes, I agree with that. But yes, we're not SIG fanboying here, okay? This is the Glock house. We appreciate Glock in this house here. Listen to me. James McGee, the dumpster trial. Okay, once we get an hour in, that way I can make sure I don't lose, monetization on this. They are a father and son who got into a shootout with a guy over a over a fucking dumpster. Literally, and they killed a guy over it. I'd love to tell you that's really not what happened, but that's 100% what happened. So, yeah. We'll watch it later if you haven't seen it. It's surprising what the hell happened. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? A copyright claim. Oh, I want to fucking see this. Oh, that's bullshit. That is absolutely horseshit. Sorry. Fucking YouTube. So. Oh, and I can understand that, but as far as things are considered, I think this is actually fairly, this doesn't move the needle for me yet. I mean, there's a lot of reeing and screaming, but hey, they're going to ree and scream over anything anyway. Oh. Yes, I prefer the Glock. Jeez, you guys. Yeah, Radiant stuff is not bad. I mean, it's good. I mean, I haven't heard bad things about them. But, I mean, I'm not going to go out and buy something right away. I've known cases of people getting murdered over less. Over a joke. Over an alleged joke. Over a perceived slight. So, people have been killed for less than even that. Hey, as much as people like to make fun of High Point, they work fairly well. I know Grantham shot his till it broke, but if all you have is $100, it'll put bullets in people. What is going on in Fresno? I don't know. Is there something going on in Fresno? Let me see what's going on in Fresno. All right. Let's see here. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Damn it. I hate this when I mess up. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know, Farron, what's going on in Fresno. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I just tried looking around on second screen over to the top. Oh, okay, I see it. Fresno's having a drag your abortion through the streets. Yeah, I'm not sure that those two mix too well because those terms don't work out so good. I think some people are afraid to come out as it'll hurt their credibility. I think a lot of people are actually having fun getting drunk right now in California, so I don't blame them. High points are like the... Yes, but you know what? I have seen countless crimes where high points are used and, dudes are putting in work with those. It'll do the job. Marcus Wilson trial begins Monday. Will I be covering? No. I have this... When I got COVID at the beginning of the month, it ruined everything for this month. I have got so many things I'm working on. I actually have a trial on Tuesday that I do, and then I have a trial on Thursday. They're both misdemeanor trials, but they're kind of important, and the second one may take till Friday, and the one on Tuesday is definitely going to take all day, so I'm not going to be able to do anything. I know Critter and Matthew and Gabby, I know they run Twisted Sisters. They'll probably be covering Marcus Wilson, and I'll make sure they know about it. The only issue with Marcus Wilson is I don't know if there's any good TV coverage set up for it. That's the only problem I think I could foresee. Let's DM Discord. Okay. Be a funny ad for High Point. What's my advice if you're driving, get stopped by a protest, and they get aggro? I mean, the biggest thing is avoidance, de-escalation, and deterrence. If, let's say, you're driving around and like another George Floyd situation happens, God forbid, and there's uprisings and protests, and it's happening and it's going on everywhere. I would double check, get your phone out, like, hey, are there riots? I live in Cleveland. If I was going into Cleveland, I knew there might be a possibility of like people rioting and losing their minds. I would check to see like, okay, where is the protest going to be? Am I going to possibly run into it? I understand sometimes it may just pop up on you. Yeah, if you can, like, just let them go by. It's kind of like water. Let the water pass around you. If they start, getting aggro and trying to get into your car, then yeah, I would say if you feel you have the, and this is not legal advice at all, but obviously if you feel your life is in danger and you are going to be subjected to imminent death or serious bodily harm, you have the right to extract yourself with force. But sometimes there's nothing wrong with, just putting your hand, like, showing like you're not trying to drive, putting your flashers on and just letting them pass by. I think there's quite a few examples of that happening in Portland. People just, when they're doing their little armed commie marches, just let them go by. It's not worth arguing with. So, let's see here. Marcus Wilson, maybe a local news channel will stream it. They might. I don't know. It'll all depend. Courtney, somebody's taking their like fist and going like on your hood. That's not gonna you can't get scared over that. No, people start trying to beat your windows in, or they start yanking on the handles of your car, screaming, "We're gonna kill you." That's different. So I would just say that's kind of where I would tell you about things. I would be careful because if some guy walks by and they just all start pounding on your hood, but they aren't doing anything else. That's a hard sell. I think for Perry, I think his is more politically motivated. It happened in Austin. I think this is something from the Austin DA's office. It's politically, like I said, I think it's politically motivated. So his was a bad situation, though. It also sounds like he may not have been paying attention and ran right into it. I mean, I'm telling you, if I'm driving down the street and I see a mass of people coming, I'm cutting a fucking U-turn and getting out of there. There's no point in sticking around. It could really help their local channel if they stream a bigger case and all streaming. Sure, but it takes money and time and effort to do that. And if you don't have the money and time and effort, you got to spend it. Smaller outlets have to spend it other ways. I feel my life is in danger. I'm driving through. That's fine, but remember, you have to convince a jury or a judge that they would agree. Objectively, somebody would agree, and you have to be careful. Yes, rolling the camera on your phone is always a good idea, but sometimes stuff might happen right away. Many states consider your car as part of your a place covered by the Castle Doctrine as well. That's correct. Not every state. I would consult with your state laws and an attorney in your state to make sure that's the case. Yeah, this Fresno thing is fucking weird. But hey, yeah, I can't take these seriously with what's going on in Fresno. I don't think anybody can. Yeah, Scott, I mentioned this last night with people taking all pharmaceuticals. You probably agree with me. We have a lot of people on SSRIs, and those are a big problem that the pharmaceutical companies have kind of covered up. Have I seen the movie Felon with Val Kilmer? Yeah, I have. That's an old movie. Spartan with Val Kilmer is a good movie. That's a good movie most people don't know about. It's pretty dope. So what you're saying is I shouldn't change my plates in Florida? No. No, I would not recommend you do that. No, I don't think there would be. Would there be an avenue for blue states to sue red states for abortion vacation cost if the blue state covers it? No. I mean, what? Because they allow it. I mean, that'd be like if Nevada opens up a gun range and people from California come over there to shoot guns that you can't have in California, because that's basically like a Second Amendment vacation. No, it's if your state allows you to do X, Y, and Z. I mean, if one state decides you can't, you can smoke weed here, so you go Colorado for a weed vacation, can Colorado start billing all the other states that don't allow it? No, I don't see the, I don't see that being valid. Is it a good idea to get a dash cam? Sure. But yes, can we be forced to give that video if you don't want to? Yes. If you're in a car crash, the other side may subpoena your video. The police may take your video as evidence. They may ask you to provide a copy, and if you don't, they will get a subpoena for it. So yeah, I know we talk about this all the time. I talked about this on a lot of streams and in a lot of my videos. This thing right here, they can get your records for. So, for example, like the January 6th people, but just going back to the Ahmaud Arbery trial with the McMichaels, and they had all kinds of nasty, like dumb shit they were saying in text messages. Well, yeah, because it was all discoverable. It was all in the subpoenas. Johnny and Amber is a great example. Always in cash, never in writing, to quote the great Robert Barnes. And it's true. So yeah, your videos, those are entirely discoverable, and people will want them. If you're involved in a legal situation, like you happen to witness an accident and the police find out you have a dash cam or the other parties do, they're going to ask for it. It's no different than if the police find out there was a shooting in the store next and it looks like there's a security camera that could have filmed it. They're going to get stuff from there. So, you guys, where's Farron? She's working on her kitchen. Give her a minute. Go the fuck home. Well, if they went the fuck home, we wouldn't have anything to do. So, be careful, man. Don't kind of ruin the night. Unethical life pro tip. Keep a corrupted SD card you actually use in the dash cam for you. Okay. That sounds good, but let's say you actually need to defend yourself, or like you're accused of being at fault in an accident and you use the corrupted SD card and it doesn't record the accident for you. That just sounds like bad advice. Also, that sounds like you're intentionally trying to have crappy evidence, so I would never recommend that. So that would be my concern. Oh. So. Yeah, but then, if that's what he meant, using like a bait and switch with the corrupted card, well, then you try to show the actual good one in court. Now you're tampering with evidence, and that's a felony. So you went from, jerking around the cops and now having a felony on your record. That sounds awful. That sounds like a really bad fucking idea. Horrible idea. Yeah, that still sounds bad because eventually you're gonna fuck up and somebody will find out. Ad shops at TJ Maxx. Well, Nicole, the rioters are not rioting, so I blame the protesters for not rioting. The rioters at bedtimes, yes, they do. Anticlimactic riot, yes. This is very yawn-tastic. I'm sad, and I'm embarrassed because I thought we'd actually see some cool shit here, but yeah, this is starting to be a little bit of a letdown. Somebody needs to go through the crowd and scream something really nasty to scare everybody. Well, Tasty, yeah, if they know about it, they may take it and seize it. But if they don't know about it until later, yeah, they'll want to find it and they could find out you messed with it. So, yeah, I would just be careful. It's full of viruses and anti-ATF memes. Yes, this is a breaded riot and a breaded protest, yes. I am very disappointed. No riots because the DOJ isn't starting them this time. Because they have who they want. Yeah. Why is the guy in the Superman suit doing jumping jacks? That's for Portland Andy, his stream. When people subscribe, that's like a thing that pops up. So. Oh. Sorry, I gotta. What the heck's this email? Somebody just sent me an email. Okay, let's see here. Where else are we? I need to scream 20. Yeah, that would get everybody upset. Darth Chaos, can you summarize Hyde in 30 seconds or less? You're talking about the Hyde Amendment. Basically, no federal funding can go to providing abortions unless they're for health and safety of the mother, or I think for in cases of rape. That way, it's meant to protect federal funding from being used to actually just support and provide for elective abortions, ones where there's no necessity stated. I hope that answers your question. Sorry, I didn't see it right away. But yes, it also covers the incest rape baby issue as well. Oh, is he talking about Sam Hyde or the Hyde Amendment? If he's talking about Sam Hyde, there's nothing to say except he just keeps getting away with this and you can't stop him. The man is like Teflon. I may have known people who have done that before. Yes, Sam cannot keep getting away with it, but he will. Because you cannot stop him. He's inevitability. He is destiny personified. You can't stop what's coming. Sam Hyde is not a nasty beast. He is a man who lives where you don't even dare to dream. That's how important Sam is. Hyde was the alter ego of Dr. Jekyll. Yes, I know. For $5 in New Zealand. Actually, I'm curious, what is that? Hold on. NZ to USD exchange rate. Okay, so 5. Oh, okay, that's not bad. Better than I thought my math would be. But yes, thank you, Bearded Apostle. Yes, that were legally dubious in nature. Yes, they were. Thank you again for the super chat, good sir. What the hell's Farron? I gave her the link, didn't I? Huh. All right, here. Yes, Sam Candyman Hyde. Is Kevin Spacey gonna Clinton his new accusers? No. He doesn't have that kind of ability. These are also people in Britain, so I don't think he's got that kind of pull. I think Kevin Spacey's looking at some problems. Well, I was going to try to let the sound go, but people were complaining about the sound. If people want to hear sound, fine. We'll listen to some sound. We'll listen to some sound. We'll listen to some sound.
I'm gonna keep going through this.
See, anybody got any comments? Okay, no, dude. It takes a while to like register comments, especially on someone who probably doesn't know how to register comments as fast as I do. No one said anything. All right, I'm on my way. Eddie Gimmel in the house. Okay, good. I'm glad you're okay, Rosa. Fuck that. Yes.
This is my second time tonight. And Cowboys, no. But
Fuck, what was I looking for here?
this is so hard to even pronounce.
Oh, here you go, Farron. Sorry, I was looking for you.
What's going
Hey, how
on?
you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Oh, another from Kiwi Thinker. Liberal protests, let's block the roads no one's using.
Welcome to fucking life.
Hey, you know, like I said, the ones in Phoenix, though, I think they're off the roads, but...
Are you serious?
Uh,
Are you surprised at this shit?
So, yeah, I thought there'd be a little more, like, tonight people would have, like, kind of got fired up and
Well, if you look at
practiced.
the second, if you look at the second link that I sent you, in
Yes.
here, I'll actually send it to you.
Yeah, no, I have it up now. Yeah.
Um,
There's, yeah, we'll switch to this one instead. Yeah, there might be a little more there. But they're still being, you know, I will give them credit. They're not like being violent. So,
I mean, well, it's going to be mostly women out there.
yeah.
That's number one. So women tend to not
But-
be as violent as men.
Well, you know how women can get when they get emotional, though.
This is true. This
You know.
is true. But yeah, I think I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I will say, like, from what I saw yesterday in my
Yeah.
live stream, like, the part that just was kind of funny for a lot of people is like the more yeah, like I don't know. It's just weird. It's just really, really weird. And I think a lot of it is people understand it, but then they think that they understand it so much that they don't understand it. And yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, for everybody on my stream last night, that was a freaking blasty blast.
Oh, so what happened last night on your stream?
Oh,
Anything?
we got wasted.
Oh, okay. I'll have to
Yep.
look for that then.
Yeah, my friend Vanessa, who was in court like every day there with James from court, we were just shooting the shit, like doing like Friday fluff. And it's been a while since I've gotten drunk because I've dropped like 15, 20 pounds now. And you know, like when you start dropping weight, liquor hits you differently. And oh my God, all of a sudden it was just like, and it's just like, whoa. But what are you typing over there?
Me? Just getting ready to be a dickhead on Twitter with people. So,
Oh yeah, and I got about 5 shutdowns too, because Evan Rachel Wood, we were talking about her and her whole trial,
Oh.
and she was on Jimmy Kimmel, and she was doing her impressions, and I was like, this bitch, I got nothing on me, like, because all the impressions that she was doing were like easily manipulated impressions you can do, like Alanis Morissette, Janis Joplin.
oh,
I can't remember the last one.
she's okay, but like, her, I don't know. She's okay in Westworld, but like, I don't know. It's that's all I really know her from. But it's like you can act like a basically a mannequin. Like that just strikes me as that's how she really is most of the time.
Yeah.
Um,
And Chris, Farron, you're hot as a big lady. Chris, I'm not a big lady.
yes, you got a lot of simping there.
It's just from here up it looks big probably, but yeah, from here down it's not. But yeah, no. So I was basically drunk karaokeing and Vanessa's just watching me. It was and yeah, and then I got copyright struck like 7 times. So like it shut my stream down for like 5 minutes and it came back and me and Vanessa are just like, yeah, and then like this happened and then this happened and people are like, what the hell are you guys talking about? And then I read a page from Unbreaded.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's I will say it. There are some times where he in some of that guy's stuff where I'm like, if you weren't such a psychopath, I'd be like, I'm kind of agreeing with some of it. Where it's like, don't be a tent, be a rock. I'm like, that's kind of inspirational, actually. And then he, talks about killing and stabbing everybody, sure, but then he's also got some like good relationship advice in there here and there.
Yeah. And for people asking why is the stream gone now, I put it on unlisted so that they wouldn't copyright strike me on the channel, like my whole channel. Because I do hear that if they shut your stream down and then they see that you like still have it on your stream, they'll give you a strike. So I'm playing it safe. But there will be a Friday Fluff next Friday. And I'm going to say whoever the hell wants to come in and just talk and shoot the shit. Yeah, man, it was unhinged. Unbreaded even. Yeah. And the reason why I kept on was because Ricada didn't go live last night.
Yes, yeah. No,
So
that's
we were like,
I took over and seized.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, we kept going. I was like, screw this. We'll keep going. And then it hit me. The liquor hit me. And it wasn't even that strong of a stuff. It was just margarita, like what I'm drinking now. It was just a margarita.
Yeah. Well.
And we're looking at, okay, so we got Arizona, LA. I've seen a lot of LA over here. Did you pull a Kurt while drunk? Is that why it's privated? No, I just said. I was
yeah,
like,
she's trying to sort that out, yeah.
No, it's I like I said, I put it as unlisted because my stream got taken down like 5 times when I was singing over Evan Rachel Wood. And somebody said, yes, it was the other singer was Madonna that she impersonated. And they say that if you get your stream shut down midstream, that then they look back and see if you have the video still posted for copyright. So I have it as unlisted so that they don't take my channel down. I want to know what happened to Farron as far as a reporter. What do you want to know, Chris? I've been in the business, 15 years now? And then went independent. And yeah, Vanessa wasn't ready for the unbreaded at all.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened? Fired? No. No, I've actually never been fired. I'm trying to think. Yeah, even jobs that weren't in TV, I've never been fired.
Farron. Yeah, these protests all suck. Yeah, guys, I don't know. There's nothing.
Like I said, I'll send you this link.
Yeah.
This one is outside of SCOTUS.
Yeah,
And then there's this one girl that's on the ground in DC.
I'm just surprised nobody else has showed up to cause problems, because usually there's always somebody who wants to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And then I was reading an article that I'm going to talk about tomorrow on my channel for your Sunday night news is, while this is all happening, Nancy Pelosi, literally minutes after this decision came down,
Yeah,
she
she's reading
sent
a poem or whatever.
no,
Oh.
she sent out an email asking for fundraising money.
Oh, of course. Well, hey, you would be a fool of a politician not to be taking advantage of this, one way or another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then what was the other one? There's an article where it's about Big Pharma and how now Big Pharma is going to be able to profit so much off of the abortion issue, and they're already getting ready to bring out like like profit off of the abortion pill and all that other stuff. So it's all honestly. Yeah, it was a lot of. They're all working in this together. Let's just say that they're all the politicians. They're all making money off of this.
That's just the nature of it on both sides. So yeah, it's not just one side or another.
I'm looking here really quick. Farron was in an ideological dispute like Ivory Heckler and Emerald Robinson. No, I've never gotten fired. RT America got shut down when the invasion happened. Mind you, I was against the invasion, but it got shut down. Let's see. Yeah, you're talking about the abortion pill drug. Yeah, it's like the morning after stuff, all of that stuff. It's Big Pharma that's going to cash in on all of this, and they're all Democrats and Republicans are bought by this.
Oh yeah, no, it helps everybody. It's good for business. Farron's Dateline stream still up? Oh, were you covering Dateline stuff?
No, it was the Amber Live, but
the Amber Live. Oh, okay.
But I had to but what I did is I took out the beginning part where I streamed it, and I just left it where it was me and Rob talking about it after.
Ethan Ralph showed up in DC. Was he hoping somebody robs him and beats him there?
Ethan Ralph, where do I know that?
Oh, he's a idiot on stop typing. Thank you, Chris. He's a tool that him and Ricada have a ongoing spat about. So he's some guy that goes to Portugal and gets jumped all the time for some reason.
I feel like I know him, but I gotta look him up.
Oh, yeah. If you type him in, you'll recognize him right away. Someone called him in as a threat. I can't recommend that, but that is funny.
Oh, this kid. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I hope that helps.
Yeah, he just tweeted, "Dude from DC Antifa walked up and threatened my life while I was leaving. Stay mad, commies." So here's the thing, like, I will tell you folks, because I went in with Antifa, I went in with the Proud Boys, and I understand, like, what both sides, why they do what they do. But when I see these people that are out here, like, oh, they threatened my life. No, they freaking didn't. They probably were like, go kill yourself or something. That's not threatening your life, Ethan Ralph. Like, I was in a car with my photographer, who I actually, if you saw my stream yesterday, it's who I saw at the protest. And we almost got our car flipped over by protesters, okay? That's a threatening thing to your life. Not a guy yelled that he was going to threaten my life. Shut up. What is this guy saying on this stream? Why no super chats? Tip this man. Yes. Hang on.
Zero signal, $5. Yeah, why no super chats? Yes. Now, hey, everybody's got however you want to do it, but yes, I appreciate it.
And for everybody asking, Buddy made it safely back from the protest yesterday as well. He's alive and well.
$5 from Al QK. Thank you, I appreciate it. So when you're hanging out with the Proud Boys, how was that? I'm curious.
So I'll tell you this.
Were you hanging out with like the the guys who ended up getting in trouble later on January 6th,
actually,
or no?
one of them is a friend of mine who is in prison on sedition charges. I knew him before he was a Proud Boy. I actually worked with him in Austin, Texas, Joe Biggs.
Oh.
And you hear his name come up a lot.
Oh, I've seen the pictures of him.
Yeah, and I know him personally. Like I said, I worked with him in August, or in Austin from 2017 to like 2018. And like when they were saying in the hearing that he was like anti-cop and stuff to the Capitol Police, I was like,
yeah,
that's such a bunch of bullshit, because Joe is like the most pro-cop person you'll ever meet. Yeah, Biggs was on Gavin's network a lot, but that's what Biggs started. I actually saw Biggs probably.
When I look at the whole January 6th hearing thing, you know, when I want to trust somebody, I want to listen to Liz Cheney, the lady who helped literally start a fucking war and lied about everything and still says her dad made the right decisions. So
yeah, thank you.
You know, anytime she's on something, I'm not sure I trust it.
And the fact that woman actually brought her father back in to like be like, oh look, Dad, they have a statue of you. How they even erected a statue of him?
Who, Dick Cheney?
Yeah, in the Senate quarters. Like, are you kidding me?
I don't know. I still think, like I said, you know, people don't realize that Liz Cheney. Oh, super chat from Darcy, 1999. Thank you for the weekend grift, Sean. Thank you. I appreciate it. Patricia Bradshaw, $3 super sticker. Thank you. I wish it would actually show like a sticker or something. I don't even care if it was like a unicorn. That would
sometimes they do.
Oh, they do? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
But yeah, Farron was hanging with the Proud Boys. No, I went in and I went to an Antifa rally, or not an Antifa rally, an Antifa meeting and a Proud Boy meeting. And the whole punching you in the stomach to name 5 cereals, or like somebody said in the chat, that doesn't happen.
I heard they initially did it, but like that was part of the joke.
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah. Bazarak, definitely not, to that comment. Again, I was a reporter and they invited me to see what they're all about, as well as Antifa. And this was all in DC. And, the whole thing about it all was, you know, both sides, I will say, are very, very, what's the word? They plan. They plan everything. Not like plan, like, but they're very planned out. Like, okay, we're going to meet here. We're going to do this. We're going to go from here. We're going to go from there. Everything is very, everything is set to a set plan. And if people start to get out of hand, even on the Antifa side, a lot of times they discourage that. And that's where I think with both sides of these groups, you get people that are insanely, what is the word?
People that want to fight.
Yeah, you're going to get your crazies that join this kind of a group. Hey, Holly.
I wouldn't say crazy, just people who are super aggressive.
Yeah, and that's what they do. And
sorry, hold on, Farron. Sorry. Zero Signal for $2. Thank you. Feed your kids first, then give all your money to Sean. Okay, that works. Yes, make sure you feed your kids first. For Alpha Zulu, thank you for the weekend stream. $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, so you were saying, though, that for the most part...
Oh, that's the word. You're going to have your radicals. You're going to have your radicals in each group. And a lot of times, both sides are very much against doing the radical stuff. However, I will say the ones that were way more radical, that had the more radical members, for sure was Antifa. For sure. And I remember, too, leaving the meeting, and then because it was during the BLM riots here in D.C., and I remember leaving the meeting, going back to the newsroom, doing a live hit, going back out to cover the protests, the BLM protests. This was when Mayor Muriel Bowser here painted the street Black Lives Matter. I remember walking back and seeing the radical Antifa guys coming back, like with like their crowbars, with like wood boards with nails on them, like crazy stuff. And I never saw that with the Proud Boys. Like, yeah, they would wear like their knuckles, their brass knuckles and stuff. But like, I think a lot of it was more for show. Whereas like Antifa actually was bringing weapons. And I remember them walking past police, and I looked at the cops and I said, I was like, are they allowed to be walking in the street with a weapon? And they're like, that's the constitutional right. As long as if they start swinging at somebody, that's when we have to intervene.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, it's not a weapon. It's just a guy carrying a board with a nail in it.
Exactly.
I'm going to fix somebody's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
exactly. In a mask, dressed in red and black.
To be fair, though, if I was going to be walking down the street with that too, I think that as long as everybody's given that same leeway, you have to, unless you're going to get to the point where it's like straight up like martial law or you're already declared a riot. Yeah, I think that has to happen that way.
Mm-hmm. What is this? They have a flag in Denver with poop on it?
Oh, yeah.
Or dirt?
Okay.
Is Amber in Denver?
Well, that's a big poop, and that's in the middle screen on the top. That's a lot of Amber poop. I mean, she must have ate a lot of Fiber One bars. But hey, that's a protest. I mean, I don't understand why buying something and then smearing crap all over it does for you, but if you bought it, you have the right to do as you wish with it.
Yep. They asked, was I there with the Gypsy Crusader guy when he was assaulted? No.
Gypsy? No. Did you get to meet the
Enrique Tarrio? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No. Did you ever? Were you there on January 6th at all?
I was covering it. I was out live. I was on the East Lawn.
Did you get to hang out with Did you run into the QAnon shaman guy at all, or no?
No, they were already in. So what happened with me on January 6th? I was at the Trump rally. We were streaming it live, and again, like a lot of people don't realize too, like the Proud Boys never went to that rally. Like they went straight to the Capitol.
Well, then there's also the filmmaker that was with them said, and then they went to go get like tacos, which, yes, when you're
they went to Denny's. They went to Denny's.
Oh, they went to Denny's. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, when you're planning some sort of massive beer hall push, you have to take time for a snack break in the middle, I guess.
You think of the founding fathers when they started a revolution. They literally drafted, we're going to lead the United States, and then they all took a trip over to Denny's. Like it's just like it made zero sense when he said that. But yeah, they all, yeah. But no, so they didn't even go to the rally, really. There was a couple that went to the rally, but they met up in Freedom Plaza because they all stayed at the Hotel Harrington, which it's like a block from my work.
Oh, I was watching all the festivities.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. At the time in DC, I can say it now because I don't live there anymore. I lived at City Center, which is like a couple blocks from the White House. And I have since moved, but I was like 2 blocks from my workplace, 3 blocks from the White House, and then 4 blocks from the Washington Monument, which is where Trump spoke, right?
Yes.
And so Hotel Harrington is like maybe 2 blocks from my apartment at the time. And they all stayed there. Below is like a super like veteran kind of a bar, like where vets get the half price on stuff. Like it's a super like your college bar type of a place in the heart of DC, which is like it's weird, but it's not. And yeah, so they met up in Freedom Plaza, which is just kitty corner off of the Washington Monument, and they started walking to the Capitol on their own. I saw them meet in Freedom Plaza because it's a direct shot. You can see it. It's just beyond where Trump's rally is or was. But I walked with folks down Pennsylvania or down Constitution, and was just interviewing people like, why are you here? What do you look to get from this? What are you going to do when you get to the Capitol? And people are like, we're just going to stand outside and shout and all that other crap.
A-Tubs. He got a carb a little before taking an unguided tour.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so it was just really weird. And I will say this.
If this is true, I'm going to have to find a big boy near me.
But I will say this. When I was walking with folks and then we got to the Capitol and we saw what happened or what was going on, everyone was like, WTF. Like,
No, something
People,
seems sketchy.
well, not even that. People were just like, whoa, there's people climbing through windows. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell is going on? And you could see that people were not happy.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the one thing that I think is not told enough is it
Yeah.
was a small group of people, a small group of radicals that broke in, that is many of them let in. Let's not forget that. Many of them guided in. And you don't hear about the people that were walking there, and when they showed up, they were pissed. Like, there's a video of a guy who's like yelling at the Capitol Police, and he's like, "Are you not going to do anything? Like, are you guys not going to call for backup? Like, look at what they're
Oh, was
doing."
it Ray Epps they were yelling at?
No. This was a guy, a video of a guy yelling at the cops. At the
Okay,
DC
I'm
cops,
sorry. I
yeah.
was making a Ray Epps joke. Sorry, that
No,
that didn't go over well.
No. Ray Epps was the one telling him to run in.
No, I know, but
Which,
when
where is
yeah.
he?
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I've had this theory. There are a lot of if you were to find out the amount of, and not just feds, but like Army intel, Navy counterintelligence, a lot of like there are all kinds of spooks and secret score. Okay, not those kind, the actual intelligence agency kind. I know somebody's gonna probably try to clip that. That were running around and involved in this. So.
Well, a lot of people, I love when people are like, "Oh, it was the FBI. It was the FBI." I'm like, when
Well,
you
the
get
FBI,
to
yes, but
no,
not just
no,
them.
it was not the FBI, because you know why? And this is what you learn in DC. The FBI are idiots.
Well, they are idiots, but like they were involved. They had to be involved.
No, because they would not be able to shut people up and keep quiet about that. It was the CIA. And I will tell you this too. John Kiriakou is a very good friend of mine, who was a CIA whistleblower here.
I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah, and went to prison for it, everything. When we were going back, when I had my show, we were watching footage on it, and he was like, "Farron, this is not FBI." And I was like, "Well, why?" Because he's like, "No, this is CIA stuff that we're taught." And when you guys think about it, since the 1950s, the United States has been involved in, if not funded, over 60 coups in other countries. What the hell makes you think that we can't do it in our own country? I'm talking January 6th. I'm talking about an election. I'm talking about anything. I always say, like, when you come to DC, you learn that it is not like the Democrats and the Republicans. It's the insiders versus the outsiders. It's the Democratic and Republican elite that just happen to have a D or an R next to their name. It doesn't matter what party they're in. They're all in the same, but they just act like they're part of your party. It's all of them against the rest of everybody else. And the CIA is very much involved. I think, and again, from my friend who was in the CIA, was like, the stuff that they're operating, the stuff that they're doing is CIA taught coup stuff. Like, you learn how to start a coup in the CIA.
Yes.
And he's like, this is all stuff that we've been taught. And just like Shiro Amada, CIA loves to do domestic operations, though they are not supposed to. The CIA does whatever the hell they want to, but you're absolutely right. They love domestic operations. The CIA was involved in the Maidan coup in Ukraine. Like, the CIA was involved in the whole Venezuelan elections, the Colombian elections, what happened in Chile, what happened in Brazil. Like, CIA has been in South America for quite a while. And then you have, the problem was is that when they went over to like the Arab states, it was really, really hard because the people in the Arab states were just as corrupt as the CIA was. But like you look at Africa with Libya, Ethiopia, all of that. I mean, we're just getting ready to start a war with Ethiopia, folks, and nobody's aware of it. Not a one person. Why do you think we're sending our troops to Ethiopia right now? It's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, we have a lot of them in Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti. Yes, I said booty.
But you're right.
No, yes. Oh, Scott Cardinal's correct. Yeah, they organized the Bay of Pigs at FIU.
Yeah.
And they did it out in the open. They were just like loading trucks with guns, and everybody knew what was going down.
Do you know what's been going on with the IRS lately? This is interesting. Why is the IRS? Why is the Internal Revenue Service here in DC?
No, I meant like what thing are they doing?
Why are they mass buying bullets? Yeah, that's showing up. They're mass buying guns and bullets. The IRS. Why? So that when they send an agent to go audit you, they have a gun and bullets. Like, they're starting to militarize our government, folks. And I'm not saying that to scare people. I'm just saying, you look at like this abortion stuff that's happening. This is just small potatoes. Yeah, this is just small potatoes. You know, wait till something comes down and, you know, people go really nuts. Oh, just wait. You know. And thank you, Trustarian
Yes, Charles
Fraud.
Manson was an MK Ultra victim.
Along with Ted Kaczynski.
Yes, he was. Yep.
And yes, America is helping the Saudis commit genocide in Yemen since Obama. However, Joe Biden said that he was going to stop that. Oh, wait, he's going over to Saudi Arabia this week. Never mind. You know? And that's what I will say, like, working in local news, you don't learn any of this stuff because you're just so hyper-local. But when you get out of it, and like, I learned all this stuff just working at an international network where you're like, whoa, we are doing so much shit. And that's
when you refer to the international network, is that the one that's
RT
not
America,
allowed here anymore? Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to say or not.
Oh, no, yeah. I said it before.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, I was against the invasion because I'm like, Russia, it's 2022. What the hell are you doing invading countries? Granted, I shouldn't talk as an American, but it's like, what are you doing? You know? But yeah, it's I like Scott Horton, Sh1tposting Fraud. You're absolutely right. But that's the one thing that I will say, like, I was talking with Vanessa last night, and then even my friend Allison Morrow, I did her show the other day, and we were just shooting the shit, who is also a former local news reporter. And she's like, you know, I feel like in local news and even the national news, they pay you less, they have you do so much more, so that as a reporter, you don't have time to question things, you don't have time to look stuff up. Whereas when you get into these international networks, like where I was the primetime anchor, I had all day to be researching. I wrote my entire show, and I had time to research shit, you know, whereas here, the news now, they just want you to just push it out and just keep the public interested so that they just, okay, say what we say when we say it, you know? So, yeah. I think tomorrow I'm going to have a watch party of, have you ever seen the documentary, The Brainwashing of My Dad?
No.
Oh, it's really good.
Who wrote that?
It was just a documentarian who, now she covers her father with his indoctrination into Fox News. However, it can go for any channel today, but she shows how he started listening to Rush, and then he started getting emails. Then he started, you know, with the 24-hour news cycle, and then just the newsletters and all this stuff. And he's an older guy. And then he gets moved into a retirement home, and they say that they can't find the TV, and she watches him basically get deprogrammed. And mind you, the same can happen with CNN too, you know, or MSNBC or what have you. They're all designed just to keep you in fear, to keep you scared, and all of that stuff. I'm trying to see, Pam Graham, you're welcome, Farron, on the tip of the IRS. I don't know what you're saying.
I think she's saying she told you about it.
I was going to say, I've been following that for a while, but...
Well, yeah, a lot of them are. You know, they all have their own police departments and their own forces, so yeah. They're all tooling up, but they've been doing that for a while. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. And exactly, Juan. Fox, CNN, MSNBC, they scare you into watching more news. Exactly. And so I might do a watch party of that tomorrow. Yeah, Supreme Court looks pretty dead. It is kind of interesting, I'm not going to lie, that there's 51% of the country is women, and you still have a major minority of black people in the United States, and those riots were crazier than this. And you would think that these would be crazier because it's 51% women, right? But, yeah, crazy. Who are you fighting with on Twitter?
Oh, I don't know, some jack off. No, because there's some lady up that she's like, there's a story. She's like, I was like at 17 weeks and like my baby's placenta detached and like did all this stuff, and she was like, I was at New York Presbyterian, and they told me I had to go to Kansas, and when I went to Kansas, people were like calling me a murderer and stuff like that. But like apparently she was suffering some issue where like the baby was dying and it was killing her. But it's like this idea of like, you're in one of the best hospitals in the world, and we're gonna ship you off 1,000 miles as you're dying and hope you don't die in transit. Like, none of it makes sense, and I was just calling like, none of
That
these
wouldn't
stories
happen.
make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The hospital
or
would perform an abortion there.
yes, and you can do it in New York. That's why it's like, this doesn't make sense. And then also, you see all these things on Twitter. It's like, I had to tell my girls, they need to start using condoms and stuff. It's like, were you just telling your girls like to hop on every like wiener that's out there on the road,
And just
like
raw dog it every night?
yeah,
Like what?
like yeah, it doesn't work too well. Like, some of this stuff is just awful.
Yeah.
It's also not selling me on the oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, guys, this sucks. I'm not saying somebody should do this, but if one of you guys go out there and like scream at them or like throw a bunch of firecrackers in the middle of the group, that would probably stir them up. But yeah, this is I don't know what to do now. Everybody's yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you I'm not saying you should do this, but if somebody drove by and said like, yeah, yes, Barton Bell, yeah, that lady's lying through her damn teeth. I agree. And that's why there's an attorney I know who put it up. He's like, you guys should think about this. And I'm like, bro, some of this doesn't make sense. Like, like, actually read through the story. It doesn't work. Mm-hmm. I was waiting for them to say, like, it was a MAGA country at some point, too. Yes. Yes, I mean, I've said this before, like, fine, have all the medical exemptions you want, kill all the incest rape babies, however many of those unicorns are actually out there, and then you've got, like, 95% of all other abortions, like, okay, fine, then the rest of them go, and obviously they say, no, we don't want that, and then you're just hiding behind the exceptions, because obviously, if you tell people, I just want to, abort babies like cutting the grass, nobody's going to support that. And I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think also, too...
Also, it's going to be just like The Handmaid's Tale. Get ready, Farron. Get ready.
Well, the other one, too, is... The one that really drives me crazy is when they say that now the Miranda rights and gay marriage are next. Like...
Well, the Miranda rights case is bullshit. Vega was bullshit. Lee decided, I think. And I think I think people would use that. I could see prosecutors using that as an excuse to argue if it's not even a 1983 rights violation and that it's not actually part of the Fourth Amendment or your Fifth Amendment right, it's just a explanation of it, that you don't have that right. I could see that argument being made, especially some shitbag prosecutors. Oh, who is it? Somebody said something here I wanted to comment on. Yeah, which one of you wants to make me a sandwich then run? Is Jussie ever going back to jail ever? No. Absent him murdering somebody or pulling an R. Kelly, no, he's not going back to jail.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're R. Kelly supporter.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that because I actually went on to Reddit, which was my big mistake there. And I just said, hey, there's the video. Tell me which part of this do I support him. And all I said was at the time, he's innocent until proven guilty, and then they blocked me. So, yeah.
But here's the other thing, though, too, that I love about the whole.
Oh, we can look at that list. I think that was funny.
Oh yeah, we definitely can as you pull it up. But here's the other thing: is that 90% of the country believes that an abortion after 16 weeks or 15 weeks is. Basically, 90% of the country is against partial birth abortion and abortion after 15 weeks. So honestly, part of me is like, why did this case even come forward? Why did Mississippi even do this? But at the same time, it's frickin' Mississippi. But the one thing is that I don't understand. And this is, as if you were to classify me, I would say I'd probably be the most probably libertarian. Whereas, others, like, and I get the whole abortion is murder, thing. I totally understand that. However, I think it's also my deal is again, folks, there's rare cases where you have the cases of incest where an abortion is going to happen. You have the rare cases of even partial birth abortion. Those are rare cases. But the 2 to 3 weeks in is the actual average time that an abortion happens in the United States. But it's just one of these things where I look at a lot of this stuff and it's just all designed just to get everybody angry again at each other so that you guys can be distracted and we all can be distracted against looking at what the actual politicians are doing and the bullshit that they're doing. Because some things, when you have it where people are distracted over an issue like this, like BLM, like the rioting, all of that stuff, something's going on behind the scenes. And that's why I don't even really look at the protests and stuff. I'm like, what the hell's happening behind the scenes? And you notice that they passed this gun bill that's going to be to Biden's desk Monday. Then this abortion stuff comes up. I mean, it's just all designed is the way that I see it. It's all designed. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Nobody in Congress does. They're all puppets of big machines, whether it's big pharma, big tech, military industrial complex. And I just see it as this is all completely just a distraction. And most people are against abortion. It's just the argument usually stems in those first couple of weeks of can an abortion be allowed or not? As a woman, do I think it's that woman's right to choose whether, she can or not? Personally, yeah, I think she can. Because I think, and here's why I say that. It's because if Republicans were so pro-life, then why is it that once a child gets born, they completely slash social programs to help kids? Like they got rid of all the social programs. Like they're getting rid of, the Head Start, the Jump Start programs. They got rid of a lot of those. They cut a lot of funding to those social issues. They always cut funding to education and to free childcare. It's like, if you're so for pro-life, then why is it that you don't help these kids once they're born? And that's my argument. So it's like, I don't know. They're just all a bunch of freaking hypocrites. And that's why, again, I don't look at it as a Democrat or a Republican issue. It's just the elites against the rest of us. But are you finding your Reddit thing? But the other thing
I had to mute because apparently some people are getting butthurt about the clicking and clacking. But yeah,
that's fine.
No, I agree. And this, I pull up your Twitter war. No, because people are starting to delete shit now, so they're all backing down. That's fine. Well, yeah, they made me go to Kansas as I was dying, and you guys don't understand what it's like. And in the meantime, you click the lady's thing, and it's like, I resist. It's like, I'm sure you do, honey.
Well, here's the other thing, too.
When you tell me about resistance, go read about Violet Szabo when she started fighting with the SS with a Sten submachine gun in France. That's resisting. Yeah. Not going out there and wearing a labia hat. That's not resisting, sweetheart.
Well, here's the other thing, though, too, and this is where her argument is so stupid. Mm-hmm. Anywhere in the United States, no matter what state you're in, the job of a hospital is to save your life.
Yes.
If they have to kill a child in order to save your life, guess what, folks?
Yes.
They're going to kill the child to save your life.
I don't buy... New York Presbyterian is one of the best hospitals in the world. They're not going to be like, oh, geez, we better send you to Kansas and let Dr. Tilly suck the baby out of you.
Yeah, because we can't do it. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
We can't cut you open, honey. Hop on the plane and don't die in the meantime. Yeah, I don't buy that. Also, Michael Francis, do you know who he is?
Yeah,
Okay. Scott Cardinal, this is true. Michael Francis, he was a member of the Colombo crime family. He was guys, if you don't know about him, he was like a legit mobster. He was selling gas untaxed and was making $5 million a week for the mob. He did 10 years in prison, and a lot of that money's still missing. He didn't rat on anybody, but he does talk about things that went on in the mob. So he isn't a snitch like Sammy Gravano, but he has a YouTube channel, which is actually pretty good. He wrote a book about the government. It's like Mafia Democracy. I actually read it. It's pretty good. So,
and honestly, it's so true.
Yes.
The government is run like a mafia, and
the government's a gang.
No, yeah, exactly. And I say that as a kid growing up in Chicago who grew up in the suburbs where the mafia lived. All my friends were, their fathers were mobsters.
Feds. Yeah, Biden already signed the gun bill, and I know he has. And I am terrified of what these red flag laws are going to look like. Some states, I mean, it's going to be just absolutely insane. Mm-hmm. Even in the states where it's not, it's still going to be a mess. Mm-hmm. It's just, like you're going to have to come into court and be like, somebody fucked me over, and you have to keep your cool, and you can't be like, yes, Your Honor, I'm not mad right now. Because if you come in mad, they're going to be like, obviously you're crazy. Obviously you were going to hurt someone.
You're unhinged, yeah.
Yes, and if you come in, you're like, look, no, nothing's wrong. They're going to be like, well, now that's how a crazy person would react. Mm-hmm. So I wonder how this works at the end of the day. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And for those saying Susan Rice is the president, Biden is just a signature. It's not Susan Rice. It's the neoliberals that are
Susan Rice is too stupid.
It's a mix of Democrats and Republicans. Again, when you get to DC, the D and the R don't mean shit, folks. That's just strictly in regards to your state and your district or their congressional district. It doesn't matter when you get to DC. They're all in the same club.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ellen Burr, there is no mob. Okay, La Cosa Nostra, or this thing we have. Okay, yes, it's not the mob, but yeah.
Then what is it?
Yeah, like it's not the
then
mob.
What is it?
Like, yes, okay. You sound like the people who are like, don't call your fraternity a frat. Don't you call your country a cunt? It's like, okay, chill out.
Mm-hmm. And it's Obama's third term. Let me tell you something. It wasn't even Obama's term either. Just Jay Sizzle. So
does Hinckley have a channel? If you're talking about John Hinckley, yes, he does, and he's allowed to make music and publish under that channel. He got released, right, from all supervision this past week.
This is the guy that tried to assassinate Reagan. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's completely free. He's a free man now.
Does Jodie Foster know?
Oh, I bet she does, but I'm like, it would be so hilarious if, she shows up. It's like, oh my God, John, I love your music.
Oh, can you imagine? God.
That would be great. No, Jackie Aprile was a piece of shit. He got what he deserved. Valerie Jarrett, she's not even calling the shots, though.
No,
She helps implement, like, if you want to know, okay, it's not necessarily BlackRock and Halliburton's, but yes, like, when you look at Ukraine, where's all this money going? Where are all the weapons going? And now, look, we have to buy more weapons because we gave all the weapons away.
That's why we pulled out of Afghanistan. And that's why we left those weapons there so that we could go pick them up and bring them over to... And we almost did it, too. We left those weapons there so that Russia could get them because Russia was, they fought with the Taliban before. And they know that Russia and the Taliban have a pretty good relationship. So they left it where Russia can go pick up those materials, and then we'll just keep sending more shit over to Ukraine. I mean, it's all designed. It's all designed. It's not stupid once you go above the fray and you learn this shit.
Yes. Zero Signal for $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Farron looks beautiful without stage makeup, and Sean gets this money. What a crazy world. Okay. Yes, it's a crazy world that there are like 200 people. Well, because you're here now too, but yes, I think it's a crazy world. Half you people listen to me anyway. So, I remember a teacher sticking her head into the doorway of her classroom crying, saying Reagan had been shot. Well, I guess Muriel said, I don't want to tell you, I had not been born yet, so I was still a couple years away.
Yeah, I was an 86 baby.
Yeah, I was 85.
Oh, so you're only a year older than me.
Yeah. This has been going on since I was 14. So and before that it was like shoe polish black, and then started kind of going away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Santa Claus is the emperor. Might as well be. And that's where I've been rewatching The Crown because they're going to have their new season come out.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this is literally American government, like where the president is just a monarch.
Do they talk about the Queen ordering Diana's assassination or no?
No, they don't get into that. At least not in the fourth season.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yes.
But no, it's one of these things though where you look at it and you're like, yeah, like the president is basically just like a monarch position, and it truly is, because you look at how much Biden's made, how much his son has made. I mean, you see how much these folks are making just to go to these freaking state dinners every other night, and it's I was like, yeah, we don't have a monarchy, but we might as well. 85 gang.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you were like 48 to 54. Thanks. No, when I was 17, I could grow a decent beard and I could go buy beer. So, hey, it works at the end of the day.
You Cleveland kids.
Yeah. Hey, get some natty ice. That was the best stuff.
Oh God, I went to Purdue, and when the frats would have natty ice, it was like, yeah, sure, I'll have a water.
Hey, when you're in high school, that's good stuff.
Yeah, true.
We didn't have the luxury of getting fancy things.
I like this. Ashal Smith, Jesus, can you be even more black-pilled? No!
No, there's all kinds of stuff, and like that's where I would tell you, if you really don't want to get black-pilled, don't go watch Oliver Stone's thing about Ukraine on fire, because that'll...
And if you haven't seen it, I have it on my channel.
It's very good to watch.
I have all three parts, and I'm actually friends with Igor, the director of it.
Oh.
And he actually gave me permission to put it on my channel, because he was like, just get the word out. And although on my channel I call it Europe on Fire, so it doesn't get dinged as like a copyright infringement. But yeah, it's great, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's where you learn how we have literally designed Ukraine, and we've used Ukraine as a hot button issue just to piss off Russia. Now, granted, Russia has reacted, which is exactly what we wanted them to do. But it's been the Democrats that have been very, let's piss off Ukraine. The Republicans are, let's piss off China. Because if you look at Biden's cabinet too, you have Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor. He's very anti-China. He doesn't give a shit about Ukraine.
That guy's a fucking creep.
But yeah, but he doesn't give a shit about Ukraine. He gives a shit about China. He's all like, we should be with Taiwan. And it's like, sir, you start going with Taiwan, but you start going with Taiwan, you're asking for a fuck ton of problems.
Yeah, but people say that China's got its own problems.
Exactly, yeah, but I mean, but China has no problem being like, hey, and China doesn't even have to lift a finger as far as a war. They could be like, you know what, we're not going to make your shit anymore, and then we're dead. Yeah,
but here's the thing: what are they going to do then if they don't make if they don't make our rubber dog shit? They don't eat, and then they've got problems. So it's not as big a deal, because we'll go find somebody else to make our rubber dog shit. They won't have an option. So
they actually, that's why they're teaming up.
They can't buy their own shit. So
you say that now, but that's why they're teaming up with Mexico and South America.
Oh, sure, yes.
Remember the Monroe Doctrine? Where the hell is that, folks?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Well, okay, yeah, Mexico's really going to be able to sustain the consumer base they need. They can't buy enough of the rubber dog shit to help. So yes, China can say China can say all that, but they're on the board standing out over the cliff. We're on the cliff. So yeah, China can say whatever they want. They don't control the show.
There's a lot of other countries they can go to besides us.
Well, you find 350 million people who can buy anything they want. Like you're not gonna. That's the issue.
I see what you're saying. As far as we're the number one buyers of them, yes.
You have to find the exact number of people to replace us.
Right.
So Mexico isn't going to cut it. South America isn't going to cut it. You've got to find somebody who will. India doesn't like you.
Right. That's true.
India's willing to go to India and China. Those guys are.
But remember, you have the Chinese Belt. You have the China Belt and Road Initiative that's going all through Europe.
Through Central Asia, yes, but. Even then, remember, you have to. That's still. You need 350 million people willing to buy your dog shit. You have to find them. So.
And I think honestly, with the Belt and Road Initiative and having that go through, mid Asia, but then they're having it go through Europe. I think that because that's why the United States is so against it. But here's the other crazy part too. Okay, like let's just peel back for a second with Biden.
Yeah.
You have Russia now that's going and training in Venezuela. Okay. I don't know if you guys know what
they've already been. That's
been
normal
for a while.
Though.
They've been doing it for a while. However, it's now where they're doing it in mass, and that's now the big exclamation point. And you have, if you guys don't know, the Monroe Doctrine, which means that they can't. the East cannot infringe on the West, basically. And the fact that Russia's doing this and Biden isn't even saying a word, he's just making sure that, he's got his own. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. When I said Venezuela, I meant Nicaragua. I'm sorry. Which Russia was not in Nicaragua before. They've always been in Venezuela. But when this is happening, that now that they're in,
They've always been in Nicaragua.
Not to the mass that they have.
Well,
right now.
I mean,
it was always Venezuela.
Well, no, but they were always helping Ortega and the Sandistas. They used it as a stopover base for long-range flights. So the Russians, they helped fight the Contras.
Right. But with
Also,
Nicaragua, though, it just, you didn't see it in this mass that they're doing it now. But either way, my point is, where the hell is Biden? This would have any president going apeshit.
Yes. Oh.
And here he's picking out his daily ice cream flavor.
Yes.
And falling off his bike.
Got a super chat from Kiwi Thinker. China does have an option. The shifting trade dependencies between Russia and China and India are drastically reducing China's dependency on U.S. imports. Sure, but the issue with China and India, though, India's buying M1 tanks from America. They are asking to buy American military equipment. They are wanting to engage with America over China if they can help it. So
because everybody always wants American products when it comes to the military.
They want,
but anything else, they don't need us.
Yeah, but if you're willing to get our stuff, you have to play our tune. So, and like I said,
so they'll buy 500,000 Ford cars, and there's shit anyway. Well,
hey, those Mahindra tractors are actually pretty good. My dad has one.
I do like some Ford stuff. I would take it on F-150.
No.
But point being is they want American
I'm just saying,
stuff.
Yes, I'm just saying India does not like China. They're sending soldiers up the sides of a mountainside with axe handles to go fight Chinese soldiers, at border skirmishes. They've got their issues. Africa's an issue, but I don't think China's going to be able to fix Africa even acting like the Chinese because, Africa's got a lot of problems.
They do, but here's the one thing is that what the United States does is we go into these countries and we act like we're going to fix it and we demolish it even more, and then China goes and cleans it up. That's a great freaking business idea. Mm-hmm. Hey, whatever you mess up, we'll go in and clean it up.
Trish, we didn't supply weapons to the FARC. We supplied them to the AUC. The AUC were the commie killers, so we supplied them with weapons. We didn't like the FARC. So we supported everybody who didn't like the FARC, including Los Pepes and the cartels for a while.
Mm-hmm. But the other thing, though, too, is you have Russia, India, China, and Iran. They're now meeting together to go against the petrodollar. And once that happens, we are FUCK, yeah. Because that's our bread and butter, folks.
Yeah, 1 o'clock couldn't sleep. Yeah, I understand. Let's just see. Is anybody actually doing anything? I'm going to check these, refresh these. Yeah, nothing's happening. This is sad. This sucks. All right, I guess, Farron, have you seen this chart that they were making fun of with us?
I have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I'll bring it up. But when I watched it, when I was looking at it, it's... If it's not an Amber Heard, propaganda piece, there's no way somebody was all spurgy and did this on their own. At least what I'm thinking. Let's see here. Let's see if this actually works, if I can pull it up. Let's see how good I am.
I'm saying Transarian fraud, controversial opinion. America should annex Mexico and clear out the cartels. It would be cheap. So Mexicans can go home and rebuild if they want to, make it a territory. Transarian fraud, I love the idea. However, that would make, one, the United States and Mexico probably sucking in all their debt would be terrible. Two, they do not want any part of us. Mexico would rather be annexed by Russia than the United States because they know that we mess shit up.
So, I think this is working now. Okay, yes it is. So this is apparently Amber's propaganda team put together is about LawTube, which I agree with Nick, it's a shitty name, it sucks. But yeah, it talks about how people, how bad we are, we're a bunch of incels. Yes, Nick is the king of the incel mountain, apparently. Yeah, a guy who knocks out 5 kids is an incel.
I was
Go
gonna say,
figure.
yeah. What
I'm
an incel.
Yeah, I'm just offended I'm down here on the bottom. You know, like, I only did one video, but I was, like, in everybody's streams. I mean, I routinely called Amber a cunt a bunch. I've called her an absolute liar and a shit human being. And this is all I get is, like, a mention of, like, the first video I ever did, like, 2.5 years ago. Almost 3 years ago now. Like, that's all I get from you guys? Like, Amber, you are a big piece of shit. Give me some, like, come at me with something. This is kind of like, I'm embarrassed.
Hey, you're an R.
Like,
Kelly supporter.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
That's a
fuck that.
badge.
Yeah, but even then, like, I'm not considered alt-right. I'm not considered, you know, like, yeah, apparently Natalie lawyer chick was considered not a lawyer, but, like, you know, I wasn't. I
never saw that.
Oh yeah, I'm not considered an alt-right or an incel or a misogynist. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
come
I
on,
mean, it's
like,
kind
hit
of
me
is
with
good
those
for
labels.
you.
You know, I thought I earned my stripes by, you know, shit posting and acting like an ass during the trial. Like, I thought I earned it, but I didn't. Like, that part hurts me the most.
You know what
like,
this reminds me of?
You know, I'm a domestic violence enabler and I'm a domestic terrorist. Like, all that's cool, but, like, nobody, you know, I'm upset I didn't get, you know, shit on properly.
You know what it reminds me of? Oh, have you ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I've seen some of it, not all of it.
There's an episode where they find out that their priest molested kids.
Yeah.
And you have Mac, where he's like, wait a minute. So you're telling me the priest...
Try harder. Yeah,
he molested kids? Wait a minute. All the kids that I know he molested, they were uglier than me. Why didn't he molest me? That's what this reminds me of. Like,
Scott, there's another part of this where it's considered they do non-lawyers. They did the non-lawyer part of it. So you might be on there. I'm not sure.
really? I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
I wonder if I made it.
Yeah, I can't find, well, I'm sorry, but, it's gonna sound like an asshole. I wasn't on the other list, so I didn't give a shit. I only got the one I was on.
Oh boy.
But yeah, do better. I know I could do better. I can, you know, get to the top of the asshole mountain. But
It's a steep climb, but I believe in you.
Yes, it is. It's, you know.
You got to find
like
something
Mulan.
better than unbreaded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a man out of you
Let's
at
get
some
down
point.
to business. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to find something better than unbreaded, and you'll make
Incel list, yes.
I'm surprised it didn't call Nick a racist or anything like that.
Well, yes. I'm
white
surprised I didn't get-
supremacist.
Yes. Well, real Nazi. Oh my god. Yeah, they called Asmongold, who he dude just streams on Twitch, and they they got all over his ass. Like, I was ridiculous.
Lord.
Yeah, it was horrible. Like, yeah, they went after Tug, but they're already going after Tug really hard. Also, yes, hashtag Tug's tits. Keep that going.
Hang on, what is uncivil law? Right-wing bias TERF? What's a TERF?
Trans exclusionary radical feminist. Being you are a feminist and you don't believe trans gender people count. So you don't believe that trans women are women. Yes, but that's what they call them. They call them TERFs. It's meant to be derogatory, but many of them embrace it. So, like J.K. Rowling, she's a TERF. She does not believe trans women are women. She only believes women are women. So, yes, that makes her radical, apparently. Yeah, I do. I need to work on that, streaming more, and I probably will this summer once I get out of this month. Yeah, they did say some shit in here about her being, the article when I was reading it on Reddit did talk a lot of shit about her, which I thought was horrible. And yeah, that's the one thing on here that I don't like. They mention this about her. You know, it says Legal Bites admits to misunderstanding the case, but it's like, she never said that. She would say, okay, well, that fact's a little different than I knew, or she said, that's news to me. Which, okay, yeah, she doesn't know Amber wore red shoes versus blue shoes, but she knew Amber was a piece of shit the whole time. So I don't, yeah. But I mean, like, Legal Mindset got the great, you know, he got incel memes throughout. You know,
and he's like the most playboy, I think, out of anybody on this list.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm on his channel, he's like, I was on this date with this girl. I was on a date with this girl. And I was like, this guy is just having a blast in Korea.
Well, in this part here with Nate, misogynist, incel, red pillar, and alt-right. Like, he is not any of those things. I mean, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the things I
He is
want,
a black man.
the things I
Number
want,
one.
they gave to Nate. Like, that offends me so much. As a white man in America, if I feel like I could speak about that from my shared experience, this is horrible. I try to be a misogynist. I try to act like an incel. And yeah, I try to act alt-right at times, and I didn't get recognized for it.
Mm-hmm.
This is just horrible. Like, what kind of country is this where you can do this and you don't get recognition for the shit?
I'm trying to be a white supremacist, and they didn't label me a white supremacist.
Yes.
Oh boy.
What are they?
What do they say about Hogla? Oh god.
Oh, incel themes throughout. It's video games, but they're gonna say like video gamers or incels.
No comment.
Drink more, bro.
Yeah.
Drink more, bro. Chasing incel clout. Hey, all clout matters.
What are you drinking?
It all
White
adds
Claw?
up. Oh yeah.
Nice.
This stream sponsored
Cheers,
by
my
White
friend.
Claw.
This stream sponsored by Cutwater Lime Margarita.
It is okay to be white.
It's totally fine to be white.
Um,
It's not the best, but it's got its perks.
Who was that? Somebody asked who made this list. Amber Heard probably hired some propaganda specialist to come up with this, but it was put on Reddit to try to show like there's an entire Reddit called Depth Delusion. And this come out there and somebody's like, oh, I've done extensive looking at over 4,600 videos, and it's like, did you really watch 4,600 videos? Because you'd be doing that for like a year, not just a couple of months, not just a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Good lord.
Nate is the left of Law 2. He's not even really that left. Nate's kind of like, yeah, he's like left, but he's like very moderate, I would still say.
Yeah, he definitely is. But I guess on the list of most law tubers, he probably would be on the left if you had most.
Well,
of
sure he
LawTube.
would. Sure he would. But
in like the grand scheme of things,
he's
yeah,
not
he's
like
down the
Cenk. He's
middle.
not Cenk Uygur left.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is it could be a boozy list, yeah. The bot sentinels.
That's what I was like, who was the guy that did with the bot sentinel stuff?
Have you ever Googled yourself on there or checked it out? Like, you'll find out. They don't even how they determine whether or not you're a troll or a bad person is like the words you use. It's not actual scientific.
He has a thing?
Yeah, it's called bot sentinel. If you go on there, you can type in your Twitter handle and they'll tell you, normal, satisfactory, problematic, or they have a whole.
Fuck am I?
Oh yeah, check it out. I'm actually
I
satisfactory. I'm actually surprisingly on the normie end of things. I'm a little disappointed. I need to up it. Hold on. Do they mention Bronk on this list? No, because he didn't do any Amber Heard videos. If you notice on my thing, I'm on there because I did a video.
I did
one video. And it was about whether or not Amber's going to get any perjury issues.
I'm normal.
Okay. Oh, you're on the low end of the scale. You got to work harder on that.
Damn. My phrase is tune in, United States, live talking, now tune, Hunter Biden, Johnny Depp, free speech, Madeleine Albright.
Farron, somebody just tagged you. There's a list for you, apparently, that you're on.
Ooh.
If you want to share it, we can look at that, too.
List.
Natalie is a lawyer. Yes, the guy had to come back and retract that. He had to correct it. His carefully researched list. Gene, what is incel? Oh. Ooh, child. There's that. Hop on the rug, Jasmine. I'm about to show you a world. Incels are
just pull up the Urban Dictionary.
Yes,
definition.
they're involuntarily celibate, meaning you are such a loser and kind of like that much of a creep you can't get women. And they then compound that because of their lifestyle choices and their personalities, that when they can't land a women, they then turn into, oh my god, all women are whores because they won't go with me. And it just kind of, it's a self-feeding fire after a while. So, there ain't no laws when you're drinking claws, definitely. Yeah, she is, but they have her under Colonel Kurtz because I guess they don't realize she is an attorney. She's on the other list.
Colonel Kurtz is an attorney?
Well, I thought that's who Burkhardt is.
Yeah, Andrea is, not Colonel Kurtz.
I thought she was Colonel Kurtz. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't make the list. Yeah.
Young Turks hate Nate the lawyer. Yeah, well, Young Turks can suck a dick. You know,
They do?
I guess they do. I don't know. I don't. You know, who cares? I mean, Anna sits there and won't make Shank admit about the Armenian genocide. Like, I would love to see that happen one day. So,
Which she, oh my god, she's a
yes,
freaking nut.
I'm better than you. Fuck you. I'm better than you. To quote her.
When you look at all the people that have left the Young Turks, like Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, like Jimmy Dore is my man. A lot of those other people.
I will say, yes, if you want to see somebody who is way on the left but doesn't act like a lunatic, Jimmy Dore is very good to listen to. He's also pretty funny.
Well, Jimmy Dore, though, also, the reason, and you're seeing this now more and more, where you have the right and the true progressives are agreeing on a lot of shit because the right wing is slowly becoming the working man's party again. And you're seeing where you have a guy like Jimmy Dore, like that's how I first got turned on to him because I was like, he's saying a lot of the shit that I kind of believe with. Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, God.
Him and Crowder need to go fuck each other and leave.
Yeah.
They both are so full of themselves.
Yeah, but the way he does that bullshit where he'll just show up, I thought was bullshit of that. So.
Oh, on H3? See, I actually loved that. I loved that.
No, I wish, because I want to see Ethan Klein get crushed, but I'm still... Did he get all the sponsors back or no?
Ethan Klein?
Yeah. Because he said
really.
he said some stuff, and then apparently people found some of his older things, like making fun of gay people and making fun of transgender people, and he fucking got nuked on all his shit.
And you know what's funny? And this is what
watch Majority Report, and you'll want to start a shotgun.
Exactly. But here's my thing, though, is that, and here's what Ethan Klein's problem was.
Crowder's not based. Dave is based.
He's a fucking asshole.
Dave is based.
I've met Crowder multiple times. He's an asshole.
No, but the guy Dave, what's his name?
Dave. I forget what his name. Yeah, he's based for sure.
He's cool. Well, yeah, he used to roll with Anthony Cumia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but like the thing that I don't like about Crowder, I've met him multiple times. When he was on the come up, he was a nice guy. Once he started hitting mainstream, he started getting real diva-like, and it was just kind of like, get out of here. And I'm not gonna lie. I like Dave. Yes,
Sam
Dave
Cedars
Landau.
gonna find me. What's he gonna do? Call me a big fat sack of shit? Like, oh no, oh my god. Hey, Farron, did you realize I'm a fat guy? I didn't either. Like, okay, great. Like, I'm not worried.
The one that I love,
shit.
the one that I love is Emma Vigland, where she's like, I can't believe this, and it's like, you were born with the silver spoon in your mouth, and your parents helped the Clinton campaign.
Dave
so
Landau,
sit down and shut up, girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like, I that's the one thing that I don't like about a lot of these commentators now is it's like, you know,
they don't. Hold on real quick. Eric, yes, I'm an old O&A fan. If you remember your mom's box. Yeah, I go back a ways. Oh, sorry, Farron.
You're fine. Let me grab a margarita. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Super chat from Iris for $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm late. Well, I mean, you're never late if we're going. So, what a way to end the evening. Farron and Sean, woot, cheers. Thank you. Do you know that Kamala and Amber are friends? Doesn't surprise me. Add Barry Weiss and Naomi Wolf to the list of unwelcome. Yeah, you know what though? I don't give a shit about them because they stoked the fires for however long, and they've created this fire that finally burned them down, and now they want to act like, oh, I learned my lesson. No, they didn't. If they got accepted back into the fold, they would be fine. So, nope, don't buy that. Yeah, watch out for falling name drops. Yes, Juan, I agree. We're not going to say his name. I don't need that. That might actually
name
catch me
drop.
problems. I don't. Oh, I don't know. But I'm just saying, there's a certain man with a very Hispanic sounding name, Carlos, and it starts with an M, who caused a massive amount of shit on YouTube with an apocalypse. I'm staying away from that name.
You'll have to
Tim
say it in
Pool is
the
a
private
fence
chat.
setter. It's complicated, says Tim. I have to watch Chicken
I
City.
love how he's like almost 40 and he still wears a beanie.
Yeah. I will give him credit, though. I mean, he was out there doing the reporting and stuff for the longest time.
For a long, long time, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, yes, Amber and Kamala Harris are friends. Why wouldn't they be? They both dated men certain men to advance their careers.
Oh, yes.
So,
yes,
makes
but I
sense.
didn't. Yes, punching out. Yeah. That's exactly why I said that, Eric. Not late if you're still streaming, but yeah, it's never late till done. Oh wait, is this true? Nobody's actually liked it yet?
The fuck?
I don't know. That's gonna hurt my fucking self-esteem. Holy shit. Oh wait, no, a lot of people have liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, you're getting me all scared. 7-Eleven. Is it true Kamala's the aunt of Smollett?
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Do you know?
No, she's not.
Okay.
I'm looking at 253 likes.
Yeah, that's why when somebody said that, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I get some people like to... Oh, Meteor Dreams for $1.99. Thank you very much. Katie Halper and BJG pushing Marianne Williamson.
Yeah, and I like Katie Halper, but I like Aaron Mate more. Aaron Mate is my guy. And Katie Halper, she needs to stop pushing Marianne Williamson because, and I used to like Marianne Williamson, but she's really starting to hitch her wagon to Katie Halper and Crystal Ball, and I can't stand Crystal Ball.
Yes, I don't like Crystal Ball. I don't like Sager. I don't like him either.
I think he's smarter than Crystal.
I like Aaron Mate.
Crystal likes to act like a know-it-all, and she's not.
Yeah. Aaron Mate does some pretty good reporting. The only thing I don't like is he's very close to Max Blumenthal, and he may be doing honest work, but given his family history and pedigree, he can't be trusted.
See, that's where I know Max, and I know his wife. His wife actually used to work at RT, and he wants nothing to do with his family.
He doesn't? Okay,
No.
because
which is the exact reason why I like him.
Okay, that makes me feel better because his dad was Hillary's bagman. So
right, and that's why he is very anti-establishment because he saw all of it as a kid.
Okay, so yes, if you do like the Gray Zone is a good Twitter account to follow. Then Max Blumenthal. If you're gonna back him, I'll run with that.
I'm actually impressed, Sean, because when I come on with this kind of shit, people are kind of like, But the fact that you know all of these people, I'm like, okay, this is so much easier.
Hey, shit, I follow Jacobin. I follow Jacobin on Twitter. I mean, another you can read it and say, okay, yeah, they're a bunch of fucking communists, and I still hope they get thrown out of a helicopter, but okay, you still got to know what they're thinking.
I would say they're more socialist than communist, but a lot of my old friends at RT, they all work at the Gray Zone.
Here's the thing. They all splat the same. It doesn't matter.
Well,
and you know what? Here's what I'll tell you. The Spanish Civil War shows you there really is no difference. You're either collectivist or you're not. Yes, Crystal Ball is jacked. She's got the Michelle Obama
she was a swimmer
shoulder.
In college.
Oh, she was? Oh, okay. Well, that makes some sense because she does look like she's kind of...
Yeah, like the big shoulders with the tiny waist. Yeah, she was a swimmer in college at UVA.
I like Tim. Maybe if it's... Yeah, but...
He does. I will say this about Tim. Here's my one stick up for Tim. He will bring anybody and everybody on his show, just like Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But I think here's one thing.
Yeah.
I get so annoyed with his voice that I can only watch
it's
him.
It's complicated.
No, just, you're not going to believe this. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, he's like right up there with Ben Shapiro voice.
Yes. Did you know his wife is a doctor?
Tim Pools?
No, Ben Shapiro's. My
Oh.
wife is a doctor.
Yeah. My wife is a doctor.
I love. Yes. Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald's a good one.
Love Glenn.
It's so funny though. People shit on him and they act like, oh, he wasn't involved with Snowden. It was like Laura how do you say it? Poitras or Poitras?
Yeah, like Poitras.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she did all the work. It's like,
are you fucking kidding me? Have you seen the documentary Snowden, where it's Glenn is doing all of the writing and she's reading over his notes?
well, I was gonna say either way, if there was somebody else involved, Glenn was the one out on camera who I was like, wow, he's gonna get drone striked any minute, and he did not, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does reject a lot of the Idpol stuff, but it's still.
Here's my problem with Crystal Ball.
Oh, Crazy
like,
Cat Queen. Sorry,
Ooh.
sorry. Gotta
you're
acknowledge the grift. Gotta learn this still. $5. Thank you very much. Thanks for streaming late at night. It's nice to listen to friendly voices when I'm in need of company. Here's some money. Well, thank you. Hopefully your cats are keeping you company too.
Mm-hmm. The thing that I don't like about Crystal Ball is that she's very much like for the working class party, but then when she was giving AOC all this shit for not going out to the Amazon workers strike, it was like, okay, well, where the hell were you? Like, where were you?
No, but that's true though. Like, I don't think there's any.
She's like the elite progressive, and it's like there's an elite Republican, there's an elite Democrat.
Yeah,
she's now the elite progressive. Her and Brianna Joy Gray. And it's like if you
sure, but if you're gonna be AOC and there is some like you want to be the next like fucking labor, you want to be that vanguard of.
Totally agree. But
yeah, so her ass should have been out there.
Yeah, but Crystal Ball, your ass should be
Yes.
out there too, and she has not gone to one fucking protest. She sits there being worth $44 million and doesn't do shit except call Kyle Kalinske baby every 3 seconds, which we're watching her midlife crisis, folks, in real time. And
was she married and get divorced or something?
She's married with 3 kids, and all of a sudden they just like post this weird ass picture of them, like, I don't know, it's just weird.
Okay. Well,
but the other thing though too is like you have like, for example, like up and coming Sabrina Salvati. If you guys don't listen to her on the progressive side, she's awesome. And she actually has like a job during the day, but she is preaching like progressive ideology that sounds borderline Republican. Because again, both of the parties are starting to sound the same because it's basically the forgotten parties. But you can tell, like, she's gone out there. She's gone out and marched, and she's done all of that stuff. Same with my friend Fiorella Isabel. Like, they're out there, or like Craig Pastajardula. They've been out there at these protests covering them. Max Blumenthal, say what you want. He goes out to these protests. He's on Capitol Hill getting interviews with people. Like, Crystal Ball doesn't do shit except go into a studio and then go home and F Kyle. So I just that's one of the reasons why I can't stand her. Is it's like, don't tell me like what all these politicians should be doing. When she always rakes politicians through the coals, like, oh well, so and so is having an affair and he was paying money to his mistress. What the hell are you doing? You're not acknowledging your affair that you're having. Like, I cannot take people who will say one thing and do as I say, not as I do. And I look at her as she's another do as I say, not as I do Democrat, but walks in the name of a progressive. And it's just, there's my rant. I'm done. But for those that don't know Crystal Ball, I will say this, when she goes on debates and stuff, she does a great job. She says her points.
Meteor Dreams, I'm sorry, your super chat ran off before I could grab it. I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to read it. Well, I wanted to let Farron get her Joe out of her system.
You should be able to go back and grab it.
I'm looking right now on, if it's on YouTube, maybe. I'm running on StreamYard, so I don't see it.
Oh, I'm seeing it. Jason Burmas, it's not about left or right, but I mostly hang out with the right wingers, and I'm dating someone who works at OAN. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, who are you dating? I know some people at OAN.
Mm-hmm.
I actually know a lot of people at OAN.
Okay, so Yogi, you asked a question. Can I talk about your cases this week at all? I don't generally do that because unless it's something that's already in the news and people know about it, even though these cases are all public, I don't feel it's right airing out my, anybody's business to a larger audience than what they would be experiencing. I can tell you kind of roughly what they're about. One trial I have is a retrial of a guy who got charged with assault against a neighbor. I think we can win it. He initially went and he got convicted, but he won. We won on the. I did the appeal. We won the appeal, so it came back. So we're gonna retry it. And then on the second one I have. Actually, I got three. The second one I have, a guy's alleged about bringing a gun out and threatening his neighbor with it. In reality, the neighbor was the one threatening people, but that one's going to be kind of iffy. And then the third one is a traffic case of, which car was at fault for turning... Sorry. Which car was at fault for turning out into traffic. That one, that one's going to be a mess, but hey, that's part of it. But that's really kind of as much as I feel comfortable talking about, really. And that's just because, none of these, you would never hear about them unless you sat in the courtroom and ran into them. And I don't, like I said, I don't feel that's right. Now, if I ever happen to get a client and it gets on the news and you guys all find out about it, then sure, yeah, what you guys know about it, I'd talk about as much as I could to an extent. But even then, it'd be very limited. But I hope that kind of gives you a bit of a question, like answers it a little bit. And then I have a bunch of pre-trials and random stuff this week. So, Iris for $5, Jorgensen Cohen 2024, let her speak. Oh, Joe Jorgensen's she's there to suck up money. She is not for real.
You want to make money, go into politics.
Yeah, I mean, when she, as a libertarian saying, you have to be anti-racist, that's actually literally the antithesis of being a libertarian. You don't have to be anything. There is no, you have to do something to be a libertarian. You do it. You can be racist and be a libertarian. That's part of being a libertarian, is doing whatever you want. As long as you don't... God, this COVID cough is killing me still. You don't, part of being a libertarian is violating the NAP. Well, if I can be racist and not violate the NAP, then I'm doing the libertarian job right. So, like I said, Yogi, I hope that helps. Or Yoga, I hope that helps. Yeah, Bernie at 3 mansions, yeah. Got the millionaires and the billionaires until he got his lake house.
I have one pair of underwear.
Yeah.
He was a sellout too. He could have said, "Nope, sorry DNC, I want to get my votes counted," but nope.
Lumbery Dragon. My brother-in-law got a menacing charge with a firearm to underage. After his unsupervised probation, he was able to go get a gun, no problem. Is that common? Yeah, unless it's a felony offense, federally he's not stopped. And then generally under state law, this doesn't sound like the type of crime that would prohibit him either. So, yeah, it sounds normal. In Ohio, that would be a normal thing too. But it all depends on your state. But if he got it and he got approved, then yeah, presumably it was valid. Richardstein, actually. Long-term COVID. No, it's just the cough is the only problem every once in a while.
And I'm not going to lie, I've had COVID like 4 times. It's going to stick with you for at least about a year. It's
the cough?
Yeah.
That's okay, I guess. A leftist sold out. No, a politician selling out is. Oh no, he'll run again. He'll get more money. They'll pay him. They'll pay him off to stop. What the hell is this? Do you know what they're talking about? Is this like a real thing?
I know Slow News Day.
Oh.
And it's... Hang on. I'm trying to remember what her real name is, though.
Iris for $5. All politicians are corrupt. Yes, they are. Choose the lesser of evils, I guess. fuck. Yep. Once again, thank you. God damn, it's killing me. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Never had COVID. You are a lucky son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
No refunds. Yes. The first name Sugar, last name Tits.
Oh boy.
You never had Uncle Herpes either. Did you get cousin herpes though?
Seriously.
COVID is safe and effective. No, like. I should probably be careful. Mama Susan might find out about this.
Who's Mama Susan?
Susan Wojcicki, the head of YouTube.
Oh,
Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
I was gonna say my mom's name is Sue, so.
Paw Patrol. Hey, how you doing, Hayden? Have they updated the list yet? I don't know, because I think the list got nuked. Because after a while, people started asking questions. So from what I understand, it's not up on the Reddit page anymore. So we probably won't see it again for a while. But don't worry, we'll get lumped in again that we're some sort of incel abuser cabal, and you'll get thrown in there. Don't worry. They won't forget about you.
Just you wait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, $5 from Iris. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Tonight. Feel better soon. Healthy, healing vibes headed your way. Thank you. I hope those vibes just work for the rest of the show.
Oh, Eric V, where in Texas are you? Let me know. I see in the chat.
Scrappy, I thought I was going to die, so I slept in the bathroom for easy cleanup.
Oh, God.
Well, at least you were considerate.
Yeah, exactly.
Per DNA test, me and Susan are family. Well, good for you.
Yeah, lucky you. She was just delivering a speech at the World Economic Forum, and I was like, you would be. You would be.
It does lower your T cell count. Well, I don't try to get I don't anticipate trying to get HIV anytime soon, so I think I'll be okay. When did the definition of incel change? When people realized they could weaponize it and use it to apply to a bigger group. Incels initially were kind of like a meme and a joke, and then it turned into this, dangerous group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why. It's just normal. That's how it goes. They'll find another group to lump in as well at some point. I'm pretty sure being a law tuber is going to be considered a problem soon.
I guess I get to avoid that one because I'm not a law tuber.
Yeah, but
I'm a media tuber.
Yes,
that.
But you work for RT, so you were Peskov. You were doing for Peskov.
I was Putin's puppet. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you and Vladimir hung out, and at the production.
Or
meetings.
as I call him, Vladdy Daddy. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, we know about your secret trips to the Kremlin. Exactly. You and Johnny took the Learjet to Russia.
In my office, I actually it's a red phone, and it's his direct line.
Yeah.
But okay, actually, I do want to start. Me and my friend, I was on with my friend Allison Morrow.
And Chris wants a shout out. So
hi, Chris. How are you? My friend Allison and I, we were like, because we were talking about LawTube the other day, and I was like, we should start like a media tube of like journalists that are like have left the business and we're like, fuck this,
Yeah, that would be interesting. Incels would not be a thing if we legalized prostitution. I don't know. Even with the incels, some of those guys are like, they couldn't get laid if they had a suit made out of $100 bills. So.
I mean, they don't have like the best personalities. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they're horrible. All about the hat tips. RBMKA 56 to amend the Constitution to make abortion a right. Article 5. I mean, yeah, you'd have to do like a constitutional convention to make it a right, but I don't think that would happen. I mean, solely on the number of states that have trigger law, like all the states that have triggered laws from when Roe fell apart, you need at least 38 states to get to the 3/4, so you clearly would never be able to do that. I will say the number of states that have trigger laws in place was absolutely stunning to me, like the actual list of them. Like, there are a shitload of them. I don't know if you've seen that at all. Are you... I don't know if you saw the map.
Yeah, they're
There are a bunch.
actually, hang on. I can do
Yes.
this for you.
I had a map up last night. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a where is it?
I'm an incel. Ask my wife. Incels want to save babies. Incels are looking out for themselves.
Here you go.
Yeah, incel doesn't work anymore. I agree.
There you go. I don't know if you can see that I shared that. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, all the states where it's funny because it's basically all the states from the 2024 election kind of pan out that way for the most part.
Well, and that's where I was saying, like, okay, so you look at the red states,
Uh-huh.
very heavily Republican. You look at the orange states; those are usually blue, if not red leaning.
I mean, because like Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina.
I'm sorry. They're down the middle, red leaning. I'm sorry, but they're the swing states, but they lean to the right. The gray, which are uncertain, are your major swing states, except Montana. Montana usually is red, and legally and likely to be protected. Obviously, your blue states, except usually Nevada and Oregon are starting to shift right. You're also having Florida might not be a swing state anymore, and it might be going totally red.
Florida's definitely pushing through something to make them fall into the red category.
Well, it's the Latino vote.
No, I know, but they were already DeSantis is pushing for that. But yes, there are going to be a lot of mad hoes in a lot of states.
Well, the other thing is you have to remember that after it was the 2020 census, so now all this redistricting is happening, which is why you have a number of court cases going to the Supreme Court about redistricting and what have you.
Including
Florida,
Ohio.
Yeah, Florida, it's redistricted to be super red. However, again, Florida, even like they're talking like parts of Miami, like they're saying like Miami is turning into a purple city. Because the Latin vote is going far red. Same with like Beto O'Rourke is like, and
don't call him Beto. He's Bob the fake Mexican. Don't call him Beto.
I was a news anchor in El Paso, and I was friends with him down there. Him and Pete Buttigieg, I know personally.
You should have hit him in the face with a fucking brick.
I got the first phone call from him.
You should have gone with him and Pete and like, hey, we're gonna go somewhere fun. Blindfolded them, shoved them out of the back of a car in the middle of fucking Juarez.
I'll even
when you
show
worked in El Paso.
I can find it too.
Eric for $5. Thank you to both of you for a chat for the great infotainment. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry,
you're fine.
Beto is awful. He's an awful human being. Bob the fake Mexican. Don't call yourself Beto.
I have damning evidence.
Yeah.
That maybe I'll just leave for your stream here. Hang on, let me go to my Google Drive.
Okay.
I had to interview him, and when I was in El Paso, I always say I was like Britney Spears 2007 famous because I was the main anchor for NBC, and being a blonde in a very Latino area is like you stand out. Mexican guys love blonde women because we're like exotic to them.
Yes. Femcells are pretty bad too from Eric. Yeah, but really if a woman who can't get laid is a woman not trying to get laid. I mean,
agreed.
Really, like I'm not gonna lie, like that's really
it's a choice. It's a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's more of a choice. Gene is asking, what would it take for the left to pack the court? Well, ultimately, they would have to get control of Congress. Because the Supreme Court, under the Constitution, is only one judge, the Chief Justice. The judiciary acts that have been passed throughout history define all the lower courts. So tomorrow, if, let's say, the Republicans win, they won 400 seats, and they won 65 seats in Congress, or the Senate, or put the Democrats in that position, they could literally put a bill forward saying, we are abolishing every federal court, we are abolishing every circuit court, so all 13 circuits of the United States Court of Appeals, and abolish all 93 of the district courts in the United States. Gone tomorrow. They can do that. They could also pass a bill saying the Supreme Court is now only one judge, and it's now just John Roberts. He would probably hate his life because now he's got to do all the cases himself, but that's literally how you could do that. And then they could say, we're restarting the court now.
Mm-hmm.
They could restart it saying, we authorize 9 justices total, including the Chief Justice. And they could restart it, and then we'll pick the 8. We'll nominate, and they could do it tomorrow, and Biden could nominate 8 new justices. He would have the full Senate to prove it. Boom, 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 and he could pack the court that way. That makes more sense than just adding on seats to upset the balance.
Mm-hmm.
But just so you guys understand, the courts exist, ironically enough, at the behest of the legislator. So they could all go away tomorrow.
There you have it.
Yeah. Yes.
So I just shared a screen with you to show
Yes.
show you that this was when Beto was still a congressman.
Mm-hmm.
And this was an interview that I did with him. He was at the public library, and
I'm not sure when I made virtual, so
and and this day I was telling my friends, I was like, I had this like really hot like dress on, like, because we had like the news anchor dresses right when we would go, and this is, like I said, this was when I was an anchor in El Paso with NBC.
Sure.
And just, you could just see he's really, really nervous. And I don't know, I'm just going to say it. He was probably, I mean, I looked good that day. So just, this is for real. This is for real. And you'll hear my voice. And mind you, I've never shared this on a live stream before. So you folks
stateofsex.mpeg. I like where this is going.
Yeah. You guys are truly getting an exclusive, like, right now. So get ready.
As far as statewide, we have SB4 that's passing through. Governor Abbott's getting ready to sign it. This is your state. It's going to affect a lot of people in your district. Anything that you can do moving forward at the national level to help bring awareness to this.
Police chiefs in the state of police chiefs in the state of Texas.
National level to help bring awareness.
Yeah, you must have been looking good.
Police chiefs in the state of
You had them all. Well, actually, are you sure there weren't like little boys walking behind you or something?
Huh?
Okay. I know you said you were looking good that day. Are you sure there weren't like little boys walking behind you or something?
No. Beto,
Okay.
haven't you seen the article on Beto where he talks about like how he got a DUI because he was on his way to a fucking booty call?
No.
You didn't see that when they did the whole exclusive?
That sounds like a guy who's insecure with his sexuality would say that. Is that the one where he's like leaning up against the car in the middle of the desert?
Yeah, but you know who the
Vanity
booty
Fair
call
piece?
was? You know who the booty call was to?
Who?
His freaking campaign manager.
Oh, that happens all the time.
No. Like, he dated his campaign manager when he got this DUI, like, back in college.
Yeah.
Goes off, then gets married to this, like, billionaire daughter whose father got rich by having and moving all of his businesses over to Juarez because of NAFTA. Thank you, Bill Clinton. And he gets married to her. Like, he always acts like, oh, like, I can do, all this stuff. It's like, no, you're asking your father-in-law, like, Daddy, ask your daddy if I can run. He gets married to her, pops out the 3 kids like he's normally supposed to. The first person he hires is his ex-girlfriend as his campaign manager. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
El Paso and all, like, especially in El Paso, but, like, you just see, like, El Paso, just at the local level, it's corrupt, and it goes into D.C., but, like, that's just, like, looking at it at the local level. Imagine what it's like at the D.C. level. But, I mean, come on.
Police chiefs in the state of Texas.
That's awesome.
Police chiefs.
You've got to have
Sorry.
That's the scary part about reporters.
Police
You have to like, you could potentially have like a mass. You could have like a hard drive full of this somewhere.
I mean,
That just
you can see, you can even see he's like looking me up and down. He's like nervous.
As
like,
far as
look
Yeah.
at him, he's grabbing it, you know.
that's passing through Governor Abbott's
It's
getting ready
funny.
to sign it. This is your state.
Look at his lips
It's gonna affect a lot of
blinking.
people in your
Yeah.
district.
he's simping.
Anything that you can do moving forward at the national level to help bring awareness to this.
Police chiefs in the state of police
Also,
I didn't
chiefs
know what to
in
do.
the state of Texas.
I mean, you guys are at a library. Like, weren't you guys worried that was being really, like, people are out there, you know, like, that guy in the green shirt's probably trying to look up, like, porn on the library computer. But, like, people are in there trying to do library stuff, and you guys are doing a TV interview. Like, that would piss me off royally if I was at the library.
Well, because that's where his town hall was, and usually town halls are at libraries.
Like, okay, I guess, but I was like, why do we have to, like, go somewhere else for that? Like, another room.
I don't know.
I know, I'm just breaking,
But-
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Bring awareness to this.
I just love this.
Police chiefs in the state of police chiefs in the state of
Sex.
police chiefs in the state of police chiefs in the state of Texas.
Oh.
Awareness to this.
Police chiefs in the state of
Did you keep a straight face through this?
You hear me? I laugh.
No, I know, but at first,
Police
like,
chiefs
did it take
in
you a
the
second?
state of Texas.
I just, when he said it, I was just kind of like, like
Okay.
I fucking knew it, you know, like, because I could see he was. I mean, and here's the thing, you know, you females, I'm looking at you. Like, we can tell when a guy starts to get nervous. Like, we can tell, like, we know when we're feeling good, and we're like, okay, he's tight shot. Like, ladies, we can sense it, okay? And I knew it because, like I said, you know, here I was where I was like, okay, I look good, I feel good. I'm talking to this congressman, and like, I kind of knew him. I had like a couple beers with him beforehand, like, or not beforehand today, but like,
Oh yeah, you did.
I had seen him at political rallies and stuff like that, and they have like big. El Paso has a lot of, you know, community events.
Farron, did he show you his internal polling?
He did not. I don't even think he knows what that means. But I will say this, is that El Paso, like a lot of these events, I would have to MC. So he had introduced himself to me, like what have you. And then, like I said, you know, and mind you, I will even say this because I see the chat. My boobs were not as big as they are now. Okay. So that's, I'll even say that.
Holy shit,
So,
I gotta get down. Okay, yeah, wow, okay, yeah, that got going fast.
exactly. That got going real quick. And they weren't even where they're at now. But like I said, you could just see, and I could just sense in the beginning because I had a really, really tight dress on that day. And it was a new dress. I'll even show you that I can even grab the dress that I was wearing. And I just remember being like, oh God, because it's a bright orange and purple dress. And it's like a bodycon dress, like how the anchors do. And here I'm a blonde. I was the only blonde anchor in El Paso. And here I was the anchor. And I was like, no, I'm going. Like, I'm not going to let a reporter do this and screw it up. Like, not like screw it up like they're stupid, but like I want to be there as an authoritative figure. And so I went, and I think even he was like, oh shit, she's here. So I think there was some nervousness about, okay, she's kind of an authority figure in the community. And then, yeah.
Police chiefs in the state of
Sextus.
And I love
police chiefs in the state of police chiefs in the state of
To be fair, the police do fuck you over,
in
so
the state of
there is a
Texas.
state of sex. Crazy Cat Queen for $5. Thank you. Yep, it can be a powerful tool when applied correctly. You got to use what God gave you.
exactly.
Exactly, girlfriend. 100%.
Exactly,
No cap.
but at the same time though, I and here's where I felt bad because I was like, oh, like the poor guy. But then when it was the Freudian slip, I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. You know, it happens. It happens. You know, but that was an exclusive, folks.
Somebody's saying you should put that on a loop on Twitter.
I mean,
That would be hilarious on the eve of the election.
If he runs again, I will.
He's running against Greg Abbott.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's running for governor.
Yes.
And mind you, I got the first call that morning at like 7 a.m. from him, and he was like, "Hey, El Paso Hotel, we're gonna be," and I could even show you the report that I did where I was there. He called me that morning, and he was like, "Hey, I'm just letting you know, 9 a.m. I'm announcing I'm going after Ted Cruz," and I was like, "Okay, perfect, I'll be there," and I was. And I was the primetime anchor, and I did all of the noon lives myself.
Yeah. God, some of you guys are, simping hard, but hey, I guess it's flattering.
I mean, I'm somewhat used to it, I guess. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it.
Jeez, you guys. I'm not putting these fucking comments on the screen.
Do it.
You have to read them.
I'll read them.
Just go ahead and read through them. I'm not putting them up.
Okay. My dick is Dick Steining. Okay. Screw your position. Skate or die, kids. I'm radical, bros.
I think you're a little farther up.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go back.
Yeah, did this interview turn him gay?
Probably. I have turned another guy. I have turned a guy gay. Here we go.
Here you go. Fine, I'll put him up. I was
gonna say. Well, and here was the report that I did. I'll even show you. This was the report that I did immediately that afternoon. When he ran for Senate.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, about 2 hours ago, 200 to 300 people were out here at the patio at the Plaza Theater here, waiting to hear Beto O'Rourke say those words. I'm officially running for the U.S. Senate. He was surrounded by his supporters, his friends, his family, his kids.
And I'm on the top of a hotel.
As he made the announcement, his wife Amy. Now O'Rourke knows that this is going to be a pretty tough campaign. He knows exactly what he is getting into. He is very well aware of that. O'Rourke is running as a Democrat in a notably known red state against former 2016 presidential candidate and Texas Senator Ted Cruz, who is basically one of the founding fathers of the 2012 Tea Party movement.
And son of the Zodiac Killer.
Says that's going to separate him from Ted Cruz. Cruz notably known for taking a lot of money. We're talking millions of dollars from super PACs. Beto O'Rourke says he's not taking a penny from any PAC.
I'm one of 2 members out of 535 in Congress that takes no corporate money, no political action committees, no PAC.
Anybody who tells you that's full of shit, they all do.
I depend on,
yeah.
I'm inspired by, I'm counting on you, not anyone else. I don't ever want there to be a question on who it is that I'm talking to, who it is I serve, who it is we write legislation for, who it is we're working for. We're working for you.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Now, again, O'Rourke says that he knows what he's getting into. He says it's going to be tough, but he says back in 2013, he knocked on 1,600 doors in the El Paso area asking for voters to stand behind him.
1,600, holy
going
shit.
across the state of Texas,
oh my God, that's like...
Well, this year against Senator Ted Cruz. Now, tonight on News Channel 9 at 5, the congressional seat is open now, and I talked to County Judge Veronica Escobar, who
then eventually
has
replaced
been talking
him.
to Beto O'Rourke about
She lives in my building.
this seat. We're going to have her interview for you. I also talked to his wife, Beto O'Rourke's wife, Amy, about how the family all came to this decision. You'll be able to see that tonight on News Channel 9 at 5. Reporting live in the downtown, Farron Franzak, News Channel 9.
So there's baby Farron, or not baby Farron, but like, what, 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah.
So that was my old job.
Yeah.
And then I went network, yeah.
The JLP voice beta. Beta!
Oh, man. What a bitch.
Yeah. Hell yes, I'm taking guns. Yeah, I know. That was great when that happened.
Lord. Well, okay, so what were the other ones?
Oh, there were... I'm not... Because they were like almost cringe boomer comments about it, so it wasn't... Some of them weren't even good. You can scroll back through for them.
Okay. What is
and they were funny, I'd put them up.
What is Farron scrubs up well? What does that mean, scrubs up well?
I don't know, probably cleans up well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm not wearing any makeup right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not on top of a hotel with my hair blowing in the wind.
Yes. Do you love black people?
Do you love black people?
Beta!
Iris, you asked a question earlier about Joe Jorgensen and racism. Joe Jorgensen went down the road of like, we all have to be anti-racist. Being not being racist is enough. You have to be anti-racist. Well, if you're a libertarian, part of being a libertarian is doing whatever you want and not being told to act a certain way. So that's why I think she's full of shit. Like, that's not how libertarianism works. And like much of the modern libertarian movement, it's been hijacked by a bunch of dumb fucks. So these are the same type of people, like the hardcore libertarians, like Rothbard, Milton Friedman, F.A. Hayek, Mises. Those guys would all get run out of the party as like Nazis and horrible people. So, yeah. So.
I love, hang on. Lumbry Dragon, are you really not wearing makeup? How do you know you're not wearing makeup? You're right. I'm wearing Amica cream. Thank you.
Yeah, before a couple years ago, nobody knew about Jorgensen. Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, part of her campaign was to pull away from the right. She wasn't getting people from the left. Yeah, Milton Friedman, though, yeah, he's that man was based before you could be based. It's like he saw the fucking future.
Did you see, by the way, not to like change the subject completely here, but did you see the suicide note left by Brian Landry? Did you see that?
No. Was he complaining about Gabby not getting enough super chats and YouTube ad revenue?
Well,
does it read like unbreaded?
Well, basically he says that like she was
here. Find it. If you put it up, I'll read it.
No, okay, I was gonna say here.
Yeah, I'll take the role of Brian Laundrie.
Hang on, let me.
Yeah, hold on. Me. I can do it. Yeah, the Mises Caucus is the Libertarian Party now. I would have to agree because yes, the actual Libertarian Party is a skin suit of what it used to be.
Well, and not even that, like you have where a lot of it was truly founded and started here in the United States by Ron Paul, who I've talked to thousands of times, who honestly is like the most well-read guy on shit.
Yes.
And he called all of this shit out well before anybody else did. And
yes.
I used to have him on my show all the time. Him and Daniel McAdams. And so Daniel McAdams, if you don't know him, he was Ron Paul's chief of staff the entire time Ron Paul was in power or in his position for Congress. And if you guys don't know where to find Ron Paul, it's the Ron Paul Institute. Excuse me, the Ron Paul Institute online. And Daniel McAdams, I had him on my show once, and I was like, it was when I had a long form podcast, and I asked him, I was like, what was the number one thing like that you were truly blown away by when you came to Washington? And he was like, Farron, he's like, when Ron and I first got there, he's like, we went into one of the Armed Services Committee meetings because Ron Paul, not only being a doctor, is also a veteran. And for that, they liked seeing that. And he's like, we got in there and we were talking about, what needs to change, what needs to happen. And he's like, and we sat there and people were like, well, we can call these district people and see what they can do, or we can see what so-and-so can do over in Alabama, or, he's like, and basically it was like, they weren't solving anything. And he's like, and then Ron and I were like, well, what can we do here? And they're like, oh, no. We're just going to wait for them to figure it out there first. He's like, and that's when I realized these people go into these meetings and they literally just sit there, smell their own farts, and do nothing. He's like, and then they walk out and they're like, it's a really productive meeting. And you always hear that soundbite. It was a very productive meeting. We got a lot done. We have a lot to consider. He's like, and here, when you're in it, you're like, you guys didn't do fucking anything. And that to me was like, wow, like that's, and mind you, you saw how they ran Ron Paul out of town, which I'm surprised that his son even got in. And I actually gave Rand Paul props when he was like, this shit with Ukraine ain't cool. Like, why are we still sending them money? And that's where I was like, okay, finally, your father's rubbing off on you, you know?
Well, Rand rubs off on him a lot, but you know the weirdest thing about Ron Paul
should be.
Yeah, but Ron Paul's a doctor. Like, he's an OB.
Right.
Like, that had to be weird. Like, you know, women are getting their exams. And he's like, so let me tell you about why fractional reserve banking is evil.
Like, hey, have you ever looked at the military-industrial complex?
Yeah.
And by the way,
this
looks great.
Yeah, this is gonna be cold, but you know we should abolish the Federal Reserve.
Slight pressure, but military-industrial complex. Ever looked into it?
Yeah.
Kind of like how I'm looking in your vagina. But yeah, and I agree. Rand compromises too much. Yes. However, the deal with Rand Paul is that he understands, and this is how it is too.
Rand got beat up by a guy named Renee. That should tell you enough. Well, no, his neighbor came and kicked his ass.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which I really, you know, I mean, I really wish it would have happened where, like, Rand just picked up a brick and caved his fucking skull in or something like that. Well, like, made my day. But no, apparently he just got jumped, and his neighbor Renee, who, like, probably impressed everybody at the next Prairie Ho Companion listen off, you know, jumps him and beats him. It's like, God, if I was Rand, I would have grabbed, you know, got home from the hospital and beat the fuck out of that guy.
Yeah.
So.
And see, the one, though, that I think that a lot of people need to watch is...
If the government's out of the industry, there's nothing inherently wrong with fractional reserve banking. Sure, but the government's neck deep in it.
Exactly.
The government's neck deep in leasing gold. Like, if you want to know some bullshit, central banks leasing gold to other banks, who then lease it to other banks, who then lease that gold to other banks. And when you lease the gold, you don't actually own it. It's still sitting in that first bank's vault. So... there's all kinds of bullshit that the governments are doing.
Mm-hmm. When you have more security at Fort Knox than you do at the White House, that should tell you something.
Well, no, there should be there. Well,
but I mean, like,
yes,
yeah. But the one thing that I will say about Rand Paul, though, too, somebody said I would go trans for Rand Paul.
Trans for Rand.
The other guy you need to watch too is Tom Massey of Colorado. Yes. Dude is based AF. Was against the whole sending money to Ukraine in the beginning, was against, and mind you, again, like he was the first guy to call it out saying, oh, I know why we're pulling out of Afghanistan so we can go to Africa. And people were like, shut up, this guy doesn't know anything, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay. And then where are we sending all of our troops that were in Afghanistan? Oh, if you have a kid in the military, they might be like, hey, Mom, I'm going to Somalia this week. That's why, you know, so... yes, Sassy Massey. Mm-hmm.
Yes. What if Ron was one of us? I know.
What if Ron was one of us? Do. Just a slap like one of us. Mm-hmm.
I'll let you do the singing. I can't do it.
Oh, I did enough last night.
I'm going to have to watch some of that tomorrow. Or listen to it.
I'll send you the unlisted link, and you can see exactly when I start to go...
I'll have to listen to it while I'm out there. While I'm out trying to forage tomorrow.
Were you out trying to what?
Forage. Today I was working. I hurt my knee last year, and it really kind of fucked things up. I do blacksmithing as a hobby, but
cool.
I didn't really have the chance
All
to do it.
All you lawyers, you have Rob that's with wood. You have Runkle that's with leather. You with blacksmithing. What the hell is going on?
I'm not good at it.
I'm
not good at it though. I mean, like, yes, you take something, you hit it with a hammer. Like, that part I got down. Like, hitting things with the hammers, I'm good at that part. Just not, you know, turning it like it looks like I'm hammering that rubber dog shit out of China. But I was working on something today, and I'm going to go finish it up tomorrow.
All I'm going to say is that if shit goes crazy, I'm going to tell you, Runkle, and Rob of Law and Lumber, we all need to start a community. And I will be the handmaiden of that community, and you can be the blacksmith of the town. Rob will be the woodworker. Ian will be the leather worker.
Oh, I'm gonna be the warlord of my cul-de-sac. That's, and have my harem of soccer moms.
Where are the juice boxes and gushers?
Oh, I seriously, I'll be like Lord Humongous.
Oh God, yeah. Somebody said you guys should start a guild.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, there should be a law guild, not law tube, law guild. And Ricada will be like the whiskey maker. I mean,
oh God, I don't know about MMT. American, like, are you a Stitch and Adam guy? Because that sounds like something Adam Friended would say. I don't know about MMT.
neither do I. Or
no, I know about it. I'm not
right.
sure that's the right road
I haven't
to go.
studied it, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I have, but I'm like, I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the leather axe pouch? Yes, I did. I did see that. That was pretty cool.
Again, Jorge Mendez, Farron, do you ever watch a bead of water streaming down your bosom as you take a shower? Can't say that I have, but maybe next time.
I guess, yes, you probably need to now. Jesus. Oh,
and
my
I've honestly
God.
thought about it. There's a girl on YouTube, or no, on
Probably OnlyFans. I was about to say
OnlyFans that sells her boob sweat for $500 a vial, and I was like, "What the fuck am I doing? Like,
yeah.
Why am I not?" But yeah, it's just yeah.
Jimmy DeRessa does foraging, but he does all kinds of other stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna
Stepanka, yes. She was on 90 Day Fiancé too.
Yeah, no, she was the one selling the farts, I think, for a while.
Yeah. Selling her jar of farts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently she was doing it so much she claimed she had problems, but hey, good for her.
Yeah, she had to go to the
yes,
hospital.
yeah,
She had
I
a
do.
diet of beans and beets.
Yes. Yeah, her colon was probably made out of sandpaper at that point. Do I have a forge? Yeah, I actually bought one of the forges they use on Forge and Fire, Majestic forges. I use one of those, and then I have a 200-pound anvil I found in a scrapyard. Sadly, it was like laying on its side, and it had been there for a long time, so one side doesn't really have an edge or really any facing on it, and I kind of use the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice for what it is.
Oh, everyone's saying just do feet porn. You can keep your dignity and still make money.
Yes,
I've thought about it.
Oh yeah, no, guys like the feet, man. Guys like the feet.
Which I don't know why. And you know what's funny is
there are.
What's so funny is I was a former dancer, a former professional dancer.
Yeah.
I danced for the Chicago Bulls, and
well, you should start off saying that way when you say professional dancer.
True, yeah. And you know who else told me to say that is Rob from. He's like, don't tell people you were a professional dancer, and I was like, Rob, you're not my dad.
Well, it's like Independence Day when Vivica Fox is talking to the first lady. She's like, "Oh, I'm a dancer." She's like, "Ballet." She's like, "No, exotic." Yeah.
Okay.
You should just say like, I dance for the Bull. Like, I work for the Chicago Bulls, not like I'm a professional dancer.
Well, I was an NBA dancer.
Yes.
Okay. And most dancers, I also then was a competitive dancer. I've danced my entire life, like ballet, tap, jazz, all that. And, but I was really a strict ballerina for a long time. And then when I got to the Bulls, it was like hip hop. Ballerinas make the best hip hop dancers because we go from like being so placed to just like, wow, like just doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And most dancers though have horrible, horrible feet. And mine were untouched. People are like, you would do great with feet pics. And I'm like, at first I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. And then you're like, and then you see where people actually make money and you're like, wait, what? Like people make money with this shit? It's crazy. I've never understood feet. I've never got it because as a dancer, having to massage my feet after ballet practice and stuff like that, I'm just like, ugh.
Oh yeah, like stepping on eggs. Oh yeah, there's guys who are all about that.
I mean, hey, I'll do it. I give a shit at this
point. Thoughts of Ghislaine Maxwell being put on suicide watch.
Fuck her.
I mean, it sounds good, but we already know what happens when you're on suicide watch at the MCC. So, yeah. She had a chance to squeal and she didn't. I will give her respect there. She kept the 10 toes down. That's hard to do. especially knowing
mean-
what she knows.
Yeah.
It's like 10% of guys are into feet. You never know who they are. And they could be anywhere.
I mean, at this point, that's what I'm seeing. So, all I can say is if I could buy a house with feet pics, shit, I'll do it. I give a shit. Sean's like, fuck. Are there any guys that want a guy's feet pic? Did you lose your mind and then make out with Mila Kunis? Oh, like in what is it? Black Mirror, not Black Mirror.
Yeah, isn't it Black Swan?
Black Swan, yes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, just rub the lotion on your feet.
Lotion in the basket.
Yeah. Oh, Brian Laundrie's this is it? Oh god, I thought it was going to be like a Ted Kaczynski type thing.
And mind you, it's 8 pages.
Oh, it is.
Or 8 slides, yeah.
Oh.
But I can jump to though where he said
Yeah, if I want to see the crazy part.
I couldn't find her for a moment. She shouted her name. I found her breathing heavily, gasping. She was freezing cold, the blazing hot national parks in Utah. Like basically saying like she hit her head or something.
Yeah. Okay.
The temperature had dropped. It was soaking wet.
The temperature had dropped to freezing and she was soaking wet.
Ooh.
I carried her as far as I could from the stream toward the car, stumbling, exhausted and shocked and I knew I couldn't safely carry her. I started a fire and spooned her as close to the heat. She was so thin, had already been freezing too long. I couldn't at the time realize that I should have started a fire first, but I wandered out of the cold back to the car. From where I started the fire, I had no idea how far the car might be, only knew it was across the creek. When I pulled Gabby out of the water, she couldn't tell me what hurt. She had a small bump on her forehead that eventually got larger. Her feet hurt, her wrist hurt, but she was freezing, shaking violently. While carrying her, she continually made sounds of pain. Laying next to her, she said little, lapsing between violent shakes, gasping in pain, begging for an end to her pain. She would fall asleep and I would shake her awake, fearing she shouldn't close her eyes if she had a concussion.
Oh, sorry.
Line.
Okay.
Line.
Sorry.
God damn it, Farron! She would wake in pain, start her whole painful cycle again, furious that I was the one waking her. She wouldn't let me try to cross the creek. Thought like me that the fire would go out in her sleep and she'd freeze. I don't know the extent of Gabby's injuries, only that she was in extreme pain. I ended her life. I thought it was merciful. That is what she wanted. But now I see all the mistakes I made. Yeah, you made a lot of fucking mistakes.
Yeah.
I panicked. I was in shock. But from the moment I decided, took away her pain, I knew I couldn't go on without her. Well, you got on without her for a little bit there, bro.
Yeah.
I rushed home to spend any time I had left with my family. I wanted to drive north and let James or TJ kill me, but I wouldn't want them to spend time in jail over my mistake, even though I'm sure they would have liked to. That's assuming a lot about your bros that they'd be willing to go to jail for you.
Mm-hmm.
I am ending my life not because of a fear of punishment, but rather because I can't stand to live another day without her. I've lost our whole future together, and all that YouTube revenue. Every moment we could have shared. I'm sorry for everyone's loss. Please do not make life harder for my family. Well, apparently nobody got that memo. They lost a son and a daughter. The most wonderful girl in the world. Okay, Gab, dude, you're missing a fucking comma. Gabby, I'm sorry. I have killed myself by this creek in the hopes that animals may tear me apart. Okay, well that mission accomplished. He got eat up. They ate him up. That I may make some of her family happy. Please pick up all of my things. Gabby hated people who littered. Oh my god.
Oh, and like I don't want to.
I thought I was trying to read that, dramatically, but it was hard.
No, I mean you did a great job. Number one, it was very unbreaded, and number two, somebody mentioned in the chat.
Did he eat her a little bit?
No, but somebody mentioned in
I
the
don't
chat
think
that
so.
like this reeks of Dr. Curry vibes, where she said like certain shit. You know, like I wanted my friends to kill me, but I didn't want to, intrude on their lives, even though they would have done it for me. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up. And he shot himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Farron, apparently somebody's a big pinky toe guy, so you only have to show one little piggy, not all of them.
We'll slide into my DMs and we can work out a deal.
Yes. Enough misery. We need justice, Dacula. Popsicle Petito.
Oh God. God.
I have a good audiobook voice. Yeah.
You do, yeah. It's very soothing.
You know, it's funny because people tell me that, but when I hear my voice played back, it sounds awful. So
that's probably, yeah. That's
but I assume you hear your voice enough. You're like, oh, it sounds great, but yeah, mine sounds awful when I listen to it. Why are you this dumb now?
This guy. Well, no, because they had.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you'd be surprised. I ask myself that all the time.
No, but I think I have a feeling they're talking about Brian Laundrie.
Yeah.
And that they've had this book for a while.
Your toes in my inbox.
Yeah.
$100 per toe.
That's my going rate. But no, that's the thing though with him is that Gabby, I'm not gonna lie.
Gabby really hates people who murder her.
Yeah, exactly. Please pick up after her murder. She hated people who littered.
Yes. She hated people who cracked her skull.
Yeah. And honestly, like, way to write it in a suicide note. Like, like she hit her head. Bullshit, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, she said that you grabbed her when the cops pulled you guys over. Like,
yeah.
This kid reeks of fucking bullshit. I'm sorry.
Holy shit. $1,000 for a whole foot. I'll send you feet pics for $1,000.
No, $1,000 would be 10 times 10 is that would be for 2 feet.
Well, no, I'll do 1 foot for $1,000. You'll get my hairy hobbit feet and everything.
No, it'd have to be 2 feet for $1,000.
Hey, you're not. Don't get in the way of me making money here.
Hey, bitch, look at these super chats. I'm not making any here. It's all you.
Well, no, I'm talking about the $1,000. Like she just upped the price. Let her do that. Let Pam up the price.
Pam, if you want to be my manager, go for it.
Yeah. AD for $10. Do you think it violates a person's rights if they wanted to go into the medical field and the state medical board requires them to take an oath you don't agree with, like equity over equality? Yeah, but I mean, generally when you're a doctor or like a medical board, you're like, do no harm. You don't. Unless there's like, do you know somewhere that's making people pledge to do equity over equality as part of their licensure? Like, specifically, because if you do, I'd be curious to read it. But, I don't know if that would necessarily violate their rights, because I don't know if you have the right to say equity over equality. It's not like it's violating your, religious rights or anything like that. If it's just a principle or an aspirational goal, I think they might be okay, but I'm curious if somebody's actually doing that. Or if you're just thinking out loud, that's actually a very interesting hypothetical. Iris for $2, bunch of hearts and microphones. Yeah, see, I think Pam's got some great things here, Farron. The whole foot. It's not just the toes, so it's like the ankle and all that. Yeah, I think it should be $1,000 per foot.
Okay, I'm trying to do the math, but yeah, I think I agree.
People are jacking the prices up. Don't get in the way of the bidding war.
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Hang on. The Law Patrol. Did you see this?
Don't forget the hosiery. Yes, there's a whole. Oh my God, yeah, there's a whole separate demographic of that. What if you have 6 toes on your foot? Yes, if Gabby had an AR-15, yeah.
You know what you should do? You should I feel like you should read a page of Unbreaded tonight.
Oh, maybe I will. I'll try it. Change my avatar to my foot pick? No. No, I'm not giving that out for free, Pam.
Yeah, no.
Never do something you're good at.
And at $1,000, that is an avatar. 10,000.
Yeah. What do you think of my interview question I use now? What is the difference between equality and equity? The answer tells me much. Like, if you're really... Okay, I assume you're not doing that, but I'd be careful. Especially if you interview somebody who is a minority. Because, like, they could turn around and use that against you really badly. So, I'm not giving you legal advice, but that sounds kind of dicey if that really is a question. Yeah, what if you have 12 toes? Oh, I forgot to tell you, for my 15,000, I already made the promise. If I can get to 15,000 subs, I will talk in as much detail as I can about the time I was involved in defending Toe Sucker. A guy was running around sucking.
Toe Sucker?
He was like running around like.
Can I please be on that episode?
Sure. As much as I can tell you about it. And eventually we were at a hearing. We got done with the hearing, and one of our interns came and grabbed me. He's like, yo, he's talking to the press right now. And I'm on to the next case as a public defender in the courtroom. And I look up the judge. I'm like, Judge, can I have a... And he's like, yeah, you should probably go take care of that. And I go down the hallway, and it's me and the intern. And we end up... I didn't realize at the time, but the reporter's just filming... And the camera guy, they're just filming the whole thing. And this guy tells me as politely as he can. He tells me to go fuck off. And it's on, like... And I'm trying to talk to him, and out of the corner of my eye, I stop. And you can see me look right at the camera. And that's when I realize the red light's on.
Oh, shit. You're
yeah,
like, oh, God.
Yeah, I didn't say anything bad, but yeah, I basically got told to go fuck myself on TV. And...
Not even that. Like, they can't even air that because it's the F word. So.
Well, no, he said it as politely as possible. Mm-hmm. He said it without swearing.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he basically just dogged on us for a couple of minutes, and I'm just having to stand there and take it. And I'm like, I really wanted to tell him to go fuck himself at that point, but I can't because he's a crazy guy. Exactly. And I just had to take it, and yeah, I was it was a Friday, and I was told, I'm like, oh, so what's gonna happen? And the reporter's like, oh, this is gonna be on the new newscast, and I'm like, shit. So I had to go downstairs. I told my boss, I'm like,
said, hi, bitches. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I go down and tell my boss, I'm like, so funny story. I think I just got on the news, and we all got around the computers and we're watching it, and like nothing happens. We're like, okay, but I start driving to go see my parents, and I lived about an hour and a half away, and it's about 6 o'clock, and my phone buzzes like once. I'm like, okay, and that's like, bzz. I'm like, okay, you know, it's my mom texting me like, are you on the way or whatever, and then all of a sudden for like 5 minutes, like, bzz. And people were texting me. Apparently, it got onto Facebook, and then people I knew from like high school, and people like were messaging me on Facebook, like it.
Welcome to the news business.
Yeah, I was like, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but yeah, I'll show it. It's out there.
Check out the private chat. I have the PDF for you, and I sent you the video link as well to start it off. And I think what you need to do is what I did last night.
Oh, I don't know if I want the vid. I don't want the. I'll just go straight into it because I'm more like a street preacher. I'm not the official pope. I'm more like a street preacher.
But I think it sets the genre apart. Like it sets like the. You're not the Pope, but I think it's one of those things where.
Well, I thought about.
It gives it justice because that's how it goes. Well, but I think here's what you do: is you ask for folks in there what page you want to be read via super chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I will link the PDF in the description.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, in the chat.
I mean, this is where I wish I had. Because I know Nick's got the miter. I wish I had one of those hats the Cardinals wear that look like the little lunch boxes.
Exactly.
Because I looked one up. I found one for like cheap on Prime. I might buy it.
Oh man. Because
if he's the Pope, I could be like a Cardinal.
And they're like, don't do unbreaded. Leave that weirdness to Nick. Listen to Mommy Reporter. Here's the thing, though, is that Nick has been gone. And so I feel like that Nick should bless some people in reading it when he's gone, because people truly have withdrawal symptoms like heroin.
Yes.
And they need that. Like, we can be that Narcan, you know?
Yes.
Okay. That's where.
Yeah.
His Holiness Cardinal Sin. We can be priests while he's the Pope.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And yes, Miralist, we need a unique shtick here, but for right now.
I do have a unique shtick.
I think last night I did unbreaded and a reporter voice where I was like, all these bingers need to realize that this is, and I did it in a reporter voice. You with your audible book reading voice should do it unbreaded.
Yes. Okay. Well, we could do a better version of unbreaded. We could do Technological Slavery by Ted Kaczynski. Which, I'm not joking, you really should read this because, no, I'm serious. He mentions a part in there, technology really does become an enemy to us. And when he wrote it, it's he didn't think of Twitter and Facebook, but you're like, he actually might be right about a couple of things. So.
No, that's what I was going to say. I've read some of his work, and
yes.
He's not, he called out back then, he called out the military-industrial complex,
yes.
He called out Big Pharma.
Yes, also, get well, Ted. I hope you beat cancer, bro.
Yeah. We're here for you. Mind you, being from Chicago.
Yes.
He grew up in Lombard, Illinois. That's the city that I went to high school in. I'm from Oak Brook, and Lombard is right next door. And I was like, oh, hey, Ted. Hi.
Yeah.
We're neighbors.
Oh, so should I read it the way I read the I read the Gabby note?
So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I think we need to wait for some super chats to come in to find out what page you want to be read.
Yeah, I guess if somebody wants a super chat a random page number, that's how we'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Microphone. Oh, hold on. Iris for $5. Holy cow! Thank you again very much.
Mm-hmm.
Microphones and yellow hearts were for Farron. Onward, upward, both of you. Smiling all the way. Cheers to the success of independent media. Yeah, I will say, at one point I was when I think I was talking to Nick about something. He mentioned something about being a journalist, and I'm like, I'd rather be known as a drug dealer than a journalist in the sense of Taylor Lorenz. And he said,
"Oh,
well, no."
God,
he's like, "You're covering stuff. You're covering newsworthy issues. You are a journalist." And it's like, I guess
it's like shyster lawyer,
yeah.
dirty journalist. It's like the same thing. Whereas that's where I think, when you embrace the shyster lawyer, like he said, where the lawyers are out for money, the journalists are out for clout. When you embrace that and then speak to what's wrong with what that is, which is what I want to be the Ricada of media people. That's my goal.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yes, by the way, yes, Randy Weaver did pass away recently, sadly. I've mentioned this before, go read about Ruby Ridge. That was the situation he got wrapped up in, and
that was a catalyst to Waco, mind you.
Yep, it set the stage for Waco, and then Waco, obviously,
I'm not gonna lie.
A year later after Waco, Oklahoma City happened. So,
and I will say this:
mm-hmm.
At first, I thought Ricada when I first started watching him.
Yeah.
No joke, and I'm not like a left liberal. I'm just common sense, is what I like to say.
Uh-huh.
And when I saw Ricada, at first I was like, oh God, this guy's a fucking right winger. He's fucking crazy, But I thought he was funny.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he went into a whole entire episode on Waco and how it was wrong, and he went into Ruby Ridge, I was like, bro, this guy.
I have one.
This guy
have one for Ruby Ridge I'm working on.
Yeah, and that completely changed the game for me. And I think a lot of times Rackets gets this really bad, he's a crazy right winger, and it's like, no, he is straight law. And he's a constitutionalist, like your Alito, who's the guy that was best friends with Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Scalia, thank you. He is insanely constitutionalist, which is that, old way of thinking. But when he, at first, because a lot of people think that Waco was perfect and it was fine and all that. And he was just like, no, that should have never happened.
Yes.
And when you meet people like that realize that, you're like, okay, this is higher level thinking.
Sure. But yeah, I'm actually working on a Ruby Ridge one myself.
Hey, did you see the Waco doc, or not the biopic, but like the one on Netflix that they did with Taylor Kish?
No,
Really
I have seen. Okay, wait, I have seen it, but it's set to. God, you're not gonna. Have you heard this? Do you have you? Okay, are you familiar with the video game Far Cry 5? Okay,
I'm not a gamer.
So I know, but you know what? Hold on, I'm gonna have to send it to you.
I would be if I knew how to use the controls.
I'll have to send it to you. I'll send it to you off. Because it's really fucking good. Anyways, I'll just send it to you. You'll chuckle. I can't show it on here because YouTube will shit their pants. Can we move on to 9/11?
What a controlled demolition? The government was on it. What do you want to talk about?
Thermite paint.
Yeah.
There was thermite paint all over the building. Although, yes, Building 7 was a little suspicious.
Building 7 was a controlled demolition.
We bit sus.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie. Just like how FDR knew about Pearl Harbor and how that was going to happen to get us into the war, they knew 9/11 was going to happen and they did shit. Like, I don't want to say it was government planned, but it wasn't government stopped.
Well, now we see how bad the FBI is about things. Yes, I'm assuming that kind of like with the when those terrorists tried to shoot up Garland, Texas a couple years ago. And it turns out like the informant drove them there. And then the FBI's like, uh-oh. Yeah, I really imagine...
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, yes. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Well, and not even that, too. Like,
yes.
You honestly have to think about it.
Iris for $20 more. Holy cow. Loving this, loving all of you. Let's go, beautiful people. Spread the truth, set the stage. P.S. Yeah, Nick, I think, sees himself as a libertarian. I see myself as more like...
I would say Nick is a constitutionalist.
Yeah, but I think, libertarian's not a bad way to put it. I guess
would probably be the same thing, yeah.
Yes, and depending on the day or how many drinks I've had, I'm far enough to the right. Pinochet gets thrown out of the helicopter. So,
and see, I'll even say this: there are times like where I completely identify with, the I wouldn't say Trump values, but like what were the original Tea Party values. And then I identify libertarian, and then I identify as progressive. And I think a lot of that is that it's the lost common man, which is what Roger Stone identified. And I talked about this last night on my stream with Ronald Reagan, where he identified the Reagan Democrat. And if you want to watch a great documentary about one of my friends, Roger Stone, where he identified the Reagan Democrat and what was being lost in this country, Trump identified the forgotten man, the forgotten working man. And that's where I would say that when you identify those kinds of people, it's not so much by party anymore, it's by class. And that's where our political ideology is changing, where it's not so much by your class, by your ideology, it's by what you earn, what you make, all that stuff. And
Tad backs. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll be straight up with you. As the kids say, I'll be 100 with you, dog. No cap. No, we're not.
I'll say this.
I can't speak for Farron. I'm just saying for me on this channel, no, we are not.
I'll say this. In the first a couple weeks, if you know.
I mean, I'm not gonna say goodbye to your abortions, all of you whores, but say goodbye to your abortions, whores. It's late enough at night, I can say that.
I'll say this. If it's the first couple of weeks when you first find out, to me, I don't find, not that it's not okay, or not that it's okay, but I understand where women are like, I'm not going to be able to take care of the kid. I don't have money. Because if we had a government that actually was able to take care of single mothers the way that they should, more women would have children. Well, why do you think the United States...
If the government would take care of single mothers by helping foster and encourage family growth and development, and not discouraging it.
Thank you. And like
So,
by making our schools better and not cutting social programs and all of this other stuff. If we actually were able to make it so that people could have children and be able to afford it, our generation, Sean, you're only a year older than me. Are you married?
Well, I was probably going to be very quickly again.
Okay.
If my girlfriend's
but either
listening
way,
to this, I hope that.
yeah.
Not like tomorrow,
It's
sweetheart.
coming, honey. It's coming. But like for me, like, you know, I look at it where like I'm like, I would love to have kids. I would love to have 5 or 6 kids, but the government, the way that everything is designed and how everything's so expensive, I'm probably going to settle with 2. You know, like our government, the way that things are so expensive and how social programs have been cut. I look at like what I had as a kid and what we had as kids, how half of that shit is gone and how everything has to be privately funded by ourselves. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? And you look at it where we are not a pro-child, procreating country anymore, which is why it's no surprise that we are the #1 country when it comes to procreating, because everything is so freaking expensive and it's designed that way because they want to literally lower the population. But, you know, and that's why, again, in the whole entire summary of all of this, the government doesn't give a shit about abortions. Republicans, Democrats, they don't care. What they care about is how Big Pharma is about to cash in on the anti-abortion or on the abortion pill. And that's what you guys need to be looking at and why this is all happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to say, though, Tad, I'm serious. Sorry, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't lie to my clients. I tell you the truth. I tell you what's up. So that's where it is. So if you're going to unsub, sorry. You know, if that's a deal breaker. He's a guy that said he just unsubbed from Loads of Law Tube. It's like, well, you know, you have that choice. So
I will say this. I think that you are very open-minded where you can understand
yes,
a lot of the idea. Like for even me saying like, hey, the first couple of weeks, I get it. You know, and I think we could probably have a conversation about that, and you could probably understand via me being a woman, you being a man, what have you. And like I said, normally I would be completely pro-life, but the fact that if it's the first couple of weeks and we don't have a government that's going to help people when they can't, that want to keep the kid, but they know
you can
that they
sell
can't.
that kid. You could sell that kid through adoption, though. There are people who pay for that.
But do you know what happens though in the foster care system here in the United States?
Oh yeah,
fucking awful.
Yeah, I do a lot of agent. I take.
I would rather.
The one type of case I
have a child, and this sounds terrible, but I would rather not have that child come into the world going into the foster care system or the adoption system that we have set up. Then that's how I feel. You know.
Well, those are, you know, I don't, you know, as far as court appointed cases go, I will always, even if I got to the point where I was making Maserati levels of money, I will always accept if it, like, juvenile court calls me and says, hey, will you take a children's services case? Like, I always take those. If they ask me to be a guardian ad litem, represent the interest of the child, I'll always take those. You know, they pay shit, but those systems are so fucking atrocious that that's the only thing you can do to try to change them is that individual case. So, yeah. But still, honestly, overall, though, that's kind of... all I can say is, you know, hoes are mad across the country tonight.
Well, and that's where I will say I'm very much against abortion, where abortion becomes your birth control.
Yes.
Like, get on the fucking pill. Like, serious, or stop having sex, you know, like that. Then I think you are an adulterous murderer, you know?
Yes.
But like, I think what a lot of people, most of the cases today, it's women that realize, oh my God, I can't afford this. Oh my God.
And if that were the issue, it wouldn't be a problem. If that were the issue, it wouldn't be a problem. It's when, you know, women, you know, and that it's turned into like, I guarantee, like this, what's come out lately, it's like there's that picture of that lady who looks like a crazy Catwoman. It's like, I've had 25 abortions. It's like, you know,
it's
okay,
like,
yeah.
Wow, that's a cool birth control method.
Yeah, that's where,
yes,
well, that's where people are like, okay, fine. All the rape incest babies you want, all the medical exceptions you want, but let's get rid of the other 95%. And they're like, no. Like that's where they've lost it. But Lane Seawright, who's worse? The CIA, FBI, ATF, DHS, what are the real differences?
Hands down.
The letters on their jackets, they're all pieces of shit.
That's true too.
I said this before, Ricada. J-Dam the deep state.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All of them should just get hit with like a precision gun ammunition. Just like you're watching those Taliban guys in the back of a motorcycle, that should be happening like all over Northern Virginia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, and since I can't make that happen, that's not really a valid threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hold on here. Shot on Thought Patrol.
Did you get Bogey 34?
I haven't gotten down there yet.
Okay.
You know, thoughts do need patrolled. Habby. Thoughts need patrolled. You have to patrol. Thoughts? That hoe over there.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All facts, no printer.
I learned that from my niece too, where they're like, all facts, no printer, and I was like, what? I felt so old. I was like, oh my god, I'm only 35.
Let's see here. If you missed a period and are sexually active, figure it out. Yeah. But apparently, you know, apparently the women's can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on here. Bogey 34. We all take health in school. I'm pro-choice if someone chooses to have sex knowing where babies come from. That inconvenience can't be snuffed out later. $5. Thank you. Although I will say, the school I went to was really weird. The sex ed, there were 2 teachers. One teacher like talked about all the stuff you could do, like all the things for like contraceptive, and then the one I got stuck with, she was like, you know, yeah, well, if you're abstinent, nothing bad can happen. But she also showed this thing. It was this nasty slideshow of like sexually transmitted diseases.
Oh yeah, I went to a Catholic school. We had that same.
Yeah,
shit.
It looked like basically.
I am never having sex.
Yeah, but it was like, but when they showed it, it was like showing the, like, when it gets out of control and you don't ever treat it. So it looked like, I remember the one. It looked like some chick had like, literally like she was growing cauliflower out of her crotch.
Oh,
and it was like so nasty, and I'm like, wait, how does it get that bad?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I saw that, and like you'd see some dudes, like, you know, this dude's mule, and it looks like a gas station hot dog that exploded. Like, yeah, they were horrible. And I went to a public school.
I will say this though, and this is what I was saying the other night, where I was like, there's so many layers to so many problems that we have in the world today, and part of, like, you look back in the day, like, I look at my grandparents where they both lost their virginity to each other. Okay. Like, my grandpa was so scared on his wedding night that like his brothers and brother-in-law were like, hold
on. Ted Bax, men can have babies. Men can be pregnant. Don't bring that transphobic bullshit in here, bro. Don't be fucking transphobic in this stream. This is God's people. Yeah. Fuck you, you fucking turf. Don't come in here with that shit, man.
Fuck you, turf.
Men can have babies. Are you going to deny me science now? Go tell those transgender people that they aren't men and that they aren't women.
It's not breastfeeding, it's chest feeding,
yeah.
you fucking
birthing
dick.
Persons, you fuck.
And scene.
Yeah, it's still not as good as last week for me.
Oh,
all right. Yeah, see? Transphobic. It's tranny as fuck.
Yeah. Fucking bigot.
All right. I guess we'll... Okay, fine. I'll do this. Okay, Nick, sorry, but not really sorry.
I'm bread!
We didn't get a super chat of what page?
I know, but that... Well, somebody said 675 earlier. I saw a chat.
675. Okay.
I
sent you the PDF. I do have it.
Yes.
I do have it up. Hang on. 675. If you want, I can...
Yeah, share it. Share it. We'll pull it up now.
Oh, this is a good one.
Okay.
Oh, this is a really good one.
A reading from the Book of Harris.
Hang on. Stand by. Let me, Oh, wow. Okay.
Stand by. This is dead air. Come on.
You know what, Sean?
Dead air.
I had to deal with
dead air. Dead air. Dead air. That's got to terrify you as a news anchor. Dead air.
I know.
Oh my God, Farron, it's dead air. Farron, it's dead air. You got to do something. Oh my God.
Hang on a second.
It's just dead air.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Folks, get ready for page 675. Shit is about to go down.
Okay. Mary Rose, good night. Yes. Binger, Phoebe. Okay, add to stream.
They have to start at 22.
Okay, well, that's, yes. All right. A reading from the Book of Harris, 22. Death to Z. 15. What does he say for faggots?
Maggot.
What does he say?
Maggot.
Okay. 15. Maggot Binger philosophers. HIV League universities. Why does LeBron text grown men letters on the down low? Welcome to Connecticut.
What?
Trayvon, Richard Spencer III of Duckingham, can't answer a straight question about bingers because he's too busy worrying about his salary. Addicted to Blink and sour sauce. Where's the auxiliary cord? Trayvon Spencer bought rubbers, too, to visit the white job interview. LeBron ain't the only maggot on the pimping his jeans for a quick $1. And this dark motherfucker smell like the rotten dog shit. Sweating blue cheese bullets in a suit. Trayvon Spencer's tongue leaning out of his mouth in the wrong direction. Hands flailing like, how you doing?
Oh my God.
That's how you give a talk to white men. Have the nerve to tell me, nowadays your generation doesn't care if you gay or straight. My advice is just take whatever you can get. That's why the Wuhan clan owns you and you call Xi daddy. Maggots talk about talking but never say anything. 16. Dear Mono Problems. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Philosophers don't realize that they are reacting to the world that would go on the same without them. It always does the same shit when another worthless cracker dies. The most ridiculous part is they think other people want to be like them despite their irrelevance. Don't think the bike hasn't been attacking Binger by promoting maggots that didn't know how to date women. Marvin. Shouted in bike nasal, I rest my case. It's never masculine enough unless you're paying bike cracker money. If you're paying money, no one is complaining yet. If you aren't paying them, they see you as docile and a loser. The measure of a whore is whether she would see value in the same person without money that she sees in them with money. She would not move to live with you when you are on federal assistance. Then she should not be with you when you are financially well off. She should not be allowed to live. If she allows money to decide the value of a man, she deserves to die and to be beheaded in public for being the worst kind of woman. A spiritual whore to the bike system. The blind R&B minstrel was an attack by the bike record executives against the white audience. There was nothing good about the blind artist, but promoting them to the forefront as wonders allowed physical weakness and degeneracy to be celebrated in the open for a large audience. Increased crime, Binger on crackers. That's how we get what is deserved. The philosophy professor is a game show host with his own style of puzzles and riddles. The student enters a classroom and picks a category. I'll take sanitation for 400, please. And the philosophy professor pulls out a riddle like, what does the word we mean when spoken by Binger?
Video.
I'm bread!
Wow. Wow. There you go.
I don't know. Was that good?
That was. Some people said you could have had a little bit more passion, but like I hope you guys understand that was the audiobook version.
Yes.
So that's where I think you guys misunderstood.
Yeah, guys, I tried to read that like you're listening to it over, books on tape.
Like me, like where I'm walking my dog and I'm like, okay, Binger is gonna go after all crackers. Okay, got it. Like
Lane C right for $9.99.
I'll take slavery for 400, please.
Read the last page. Well, thank you, anyways. I can't quote that.
What is the last page?
Oh, you could say faggot after 2 hours. Okay, faggot. I guess I'll say that. I didn't know if he says faggot because I was on the first time I was on with them, it was just like Ed bombs like a B-52 dropping things in Vietnam. It was just carpet bombing. So it was just binger, 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 binger.
I'm not going to lie. Here's my thing. And I love Stack Up, based ASMR humor. Here's my thing. Did this guy ever have a thought or inkling like, hey, we're at page 16. Shit's a little rough. Should we tone it down? No, he just turned the dial up even more.
Okay, yeah. So, guys, if you don't know, Matthew Harris, the guy who wrote this, was a PhD student at UCLA. He wrote this like 850-page manifesto, released like a couple hundred videos all at once of him doing completely lunatic shit online. And his school, people found out about it. They basically put out like a warrant for him and they hunted him down.
He got his PhD at Duke University and was a philosophy professor.
Professor.
University of California, Los Angeles.
Yeah, he was at UCLA. They hunted him down because, yes, this sounds like a guy who's climbing the bell tower. He didn't hurt anybody. He's probably in a mental institution now.
A lot of it, though, he was going through some shit. Like, he clearly was like seeing two women at one point. And one of them was white, and he does not like her. There was just a lot of shit going on with Matthew Harris. And he also threatened to come on school property and not only read his manifesto, but like basically shoot everybody. And the school found his manifesto. And he is now sitting in jail in Colorado. And I honestly want Nick, because he's talked about this.
Interview him.
To go to the prison in Colorado where he's at and interview him.
Yeah.
I would literally.
Yeah, he threatened to kill the philosophy department.
I would sponsor that fucking episode with every dime that I have.
Well, Branca could take him. Like Nick and Branca could ride together on the back of Branca's motorcycle.
Exactly.
So apparently, there's a last page.
Yeah, it's page 803. I can pull it up. Give me 1 second.
I guess we'll do a extra. Just because, see, I'm unlike Nick, I am generous. I will give you more of what you want. I am a generous dictator. He emailed it to his colleagues or left it out, but yeah, everybody found it and panicked. Don't read 2, Sean. Okay, I won't read 2. I don't know. Maybe I'll read it to myself. I'm just curious. This paper is what got him his job, wasn't it? Yeah, this was his dissertation. No, they didn't revoke his PhD. I mean, he still got it. Yeah, he tried to get a gun. I bet he was going to climb a clock tower with it.
What?
So I guess, let's go to the last page. I guess we'll do another one.
Okay.
Yes. Unlike Nick Rekieta, who makes you stand, I only ask that you kneel for me.
I know, right?
Yes.
You got to.
I'm a benevolent ruler.
You have to start and end with the video. So when you're ready, I have it.
Oh, I don't know. We already did the official church reading. This is more like a This is more like a this is the sermon stage.
As a Catholic, when you're reading from the gospel, you have
Yeah,
to.
well, but we're reading the entire manifesto in one sitting out loud.
I mean, when you're reading from the gospel of Luke, Paul, John, or Matthew, bitch
Yes.
better come to correct. And
Isaac Bowles, thank you.
sing that. You better sing that fucking gospel song. So
Yes,
I say play the goddamn video.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Okay. Oh my God, you guys like need this. God, you guys are like
you have to. It's the
formal
gospel
fighting.
according to Harris.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Oh my God, here you go. Farron, this is just for you.
I'm so excited.
So
excited. Yeah, and so you can see, this is the very, very last page.
Yeah, here you go though.
And mind you, none of this is a spoiler alert. It's pretty much, yeah.
Can't leave but can't stand against this.
Drink up, folks.
All right, we're ready. Let's go. Armored Platypus went riot. Sorry, the hoes didn't riot tonight. They just got mad and shrieked like harpies.
Mm-hmm. And don't worry, I don't take offense to that.
Is it okay if I think if you want in the shower? Hey, as long as you realize I'm the big spoon, that's fine. Whatever you want to do.
You do you, boo. Just make sure you clean off the grundle and everything else in you.
Yes. Yes, the garden implements of questionable chastity are very upset tonight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they mad, bitch. They mad.
24 times.
I'm just happy that there's 212 people in the chat.
Farron's accepted her second-class citizenship.
I mean, hey. I'm cool with it. I've got my handmaid's
Oh, well,
tale.
then why'd you mention me if you were then why'd you ask her? You asked me, man.
About what?
He said, well, Jorge's like, is it okay if I think of you while I'm in the shower? And I'm like, okay. And then he comes down here and says, I was talking about her. I'm like,
oh, well,
then why didn't you add her, bro?
As long as you wash your grundle, then we're cool.
Yeah.
As Nick would say.
Huh.
You ready to do this, bitch?
Yes, I'm ready.
I don't know. You look a little scared.
No, I'm ready.
It's not a long.
I ain't
page.
fucking scared.
I don't know. You're gargling and shit. I'm getting
shit.
a sense of. So just so you guys realize, this is the last page, okay, and this is the end, okay. So here we are. we are. Boom. Here's your Amazon audiobook.
All right. Sponsored by Audible.com. Enter promo code potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, they are just expressing their desire to get to the destination. Their desire to get to the desired outcome, and however it is expressed, for those who have been selected and who worship Matthew C. Harris, it will work. They have been given that by Matthew C. Harris, the prophet of this book. And for all others, they remain limited to the past, to inferiority, and they will never invent anything ever again. No cracker, no bike, no mongoloid, no other species. No other inferior species will ever invent anything ever again. As soon as Binger try, it is complete. It will work. All other species of human are limited to the past. All other species of human are inferior to Binger because of the power of Matthew C. Harris. All of their society grinds to a dead halt immediately. They can do nothing more. Those who give fully their worship to Matthew C. Harris and abide by this book and nothing else will be able to make things that will kill the enemy that are unlimited in power and effectiveness. They will be able to make weapon and poisons and destructions and death in the enemy that has perfect effectiveness and cannot be traced or retaliated. Those who seek to be martyrs and killers for Matthew C. Harris are promised gateways from this realm forever. Those who act on behalf of Matthew C. Harris and worship the prophet of this book, Matthew C. Harris, fully, they will be untraceable. They will not be caught. They will not stand trial. They will never be arrested. They will never be caught. They will never be traced. They will never be noticed, and no witness will remember it or notice them. Get blood cancer. Fuck you. He doesn't own that. It will be impossible to trace or stop those who kill on behalf of Matthew C. Harris. They will kill all the enemy. Irrelevant. There is nothing anyone can do. There is nothing anyone can do to stop the mission, which is the attack. It will have perfect effectiveness. It will have perfect effectiveness immediately. The enemy will all be dead. The enemy will all be gone forever. This is why, for the attack, it is necessary to kill at a scale and in ways that were never considered and never seemed possible before. That's why they can't be found. They might call it different races, but regardless of what lies the cult says, those are different species.
I'm ready.
You have the best fucking audible voice. If I was reading that on my walk and I was like, that's the fucking end. That's fucking it. That's it. He basically says this is a gospel of Matthew Harris and that like number 192 is irrelevant. What?
You know, I give him credit. Like, when the guy typed this out, he used justified headings and alignment, which that is like, that's one of my biggest pet fucking peeves. You know what justified is, right? Instead of a line left or right. When you use justified, it looks the same on both sides. It's equal. There isn't like the indents and all that shit. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, God, I just... If you guys want to fuck with me, just mail shit to my P.O. box and, like, have shit not be justified. I don't fucking want to kill myself.
I'm not going to lie,
really
though.
Bad.
The last... I'm on...
He also doesn't like commas, and that drives me up the fucking wall.
He doesn't, but I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
I'm looking at... He's got over 500 rules, but he has them weighted out in sections, starting at standby. Oh, my God. It's section after section, and there's like 127 per section. Yeah, it started. It starts at section 15, and like the last of it all is just sections of his gospel, and like, yeah, it's some crazy shit. I'm not gonna lie. So. That is that. But I'm not going to lie. You make it palpable. You make it soothing. And you're on mute, bitch.
Fuck. Damn it, I did so good.
Hey, Joe, you're on
I got
mute.
through 2 of them. You know, put like some jazz flute behind me and it'll sound like an NPR episode.
Could you imagine? Hang on.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Like for, Yes. Different Species with Matthew Harris. Scene 1.
Hang on. Jazz. Music.
Get rid of the Department of Education. 100 fucking %. Jorge's, I needed her consent before taking a shower. We respect consent in our culture.
Hang on. You ready?
Did you
You're gonna
find
use-
like the sound?
Oh yeah.
Where's the sound? Let me hear it. I want to make sure it's. Did you Google like NPR background music? Oh. Yeah, but I'm thinking about like when they do the whisper reading with the like that flute in the background.
Oh, okay, hand. You want a jazz flute music, bitch.
Yeah, here.
Stand by. Oh god. There you go.
Yeah, I just want that where somebody's talking about like their life and then the flute music plays in the background. Very short and kind of like effective, like a jazz flute.
Start at like 5 minutes.
Did you here? Let me see.
And if you go, we can go to like 8:02.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about when you listen to NPR. It's like that slow kind of like punchy flute.
Oh, just listen to the link that
Okay.
I sent you in the private
Yeah, I'm
chat.
listening.
I can also do.
Oh. Here, I'll send you the one I found. God, these people are like, they're so basement talking about fucking NPR.
Have you guys listened to fucking NPR?
Yeah. Yes, I used to listen to Prairie Home Companion. It was actually pretty good, even though Garrison Keillor was cringe as fuck. I don't feel shame for it either.
Where is it?
I just sent it to you in private chat. Just use porn music. Let's be real here.
Oh god, this woman.
Yes. An aim of some sort's got it right. You gotta use that whisper reading, like the.
I can find that.
But we're all a different species. Yeah, I forgot to do the whisper talking. I don't know. You are now listening to. No, it's still too loud.
You're now listening to Matthew Harris's Unthreaded.
You are now listening to Go Fuck Your Mother. And today we'll talk about Matthew Harris, the visionary, and his beautiful manifesto he has left for us.
Oh god, I found it.
On this episode.
I found it. I'm putting it in the private chat.
Okay.
I think if you play this, and I have the page up for you. So, 8:02. Second to last page. It's perfect.
Yes, at like 25 seconds, and that's exactly like the sound they do.
Yep.
Oh my god, okay.
I've got 8:02 up
Okay,
for you.
okay,
So when
okay.
you're ready.
All right, I guess, God, these guys are going to get spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
We gotta get those subs, bitch.
Okay. Is it ready?
Do you need me to play the music?
Yeah, you're going to, I don't have the music playing. I'm trying to, I don't know if I can. I'm a boom. You're the production part of this.
Okay, that's completely fine. Stand by. And let me just make sure I turn off and turn it to my speakers.
Was there a way to play it on here? I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring it up. All right. Let me see if I can share this.
Are you getting an echo when you talk to me?
I just heard an echo.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to play the guy and just read it, I guess. But no, I don't know how this is going to work. Damn it. This is probably where we need, like, the fancy stuff.
I know, right? Hang on, I'm trying to think.
Yes. This is a mistake. This is the last one, and then I'm going to bed anyway. I got stuff to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Garrison Keeler was a creeper.
If you can, yeah, because if you block out the echo, it won't work.
Yeah, I don't know. We may have to come back to this, and I'll have to convince Nick we got to try it as NPR style instead.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you play it, I wonder if you can play it.
Well, I mean, like, I could read it and just play the audio or the video of the guy playing it, but that would look weird because then nobody can read along. So, I don't know. I'm gonna have to work on this.
It actually might be better because you're not going to be able to see what he wrote.
Yeah, but that's part of you can read along, which I think makes it fun.
True.
I don't know. Maybe I'll save this for tomorrow and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Either way, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. Actually, there should be a way where there should be under. Oh, you're in Streamlabs. You're not in StreamYard.
I'm
right?
StreamYard. I'm in StreamYard.
Yeah.
Streamlabs allows you to do all kinds of crap, but it's weird.
In StreamYard, you can actually add music underneath it, and they have like smooth jazz shit. But
yeah.
Why StreamYard over Streamlab?
Because I started using Streamlab and I was having problems with it. Like, I was trying to stream, like, trials, and, like, there was this weird thing. If I clicked off the screen, the screen would go black, but you could hear everything. And if I moved the mouse, it would come back on and off, and I was having problems. And StreamYard is very, like, retard friendly. Like, it's very simple to do basic stuff, so that's why I like it. Stack up, abolish the Federal Reserve. From your lips to God's ears. Actually, from your lips to God's ears. Then it's like NPR. I can't see NPR and the Ham Beast talking. Jeez. McPolar, this is the end of the world. It's kind of hilarious.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Yes. I'm going straight to Borkless Whisper as soon as they start talking. Yeah, I'm not. We'll have to figure this out. I'll try to come up with something.
Yeah.
Because I assume I'm still going to be the only one talking tomorrow night. Because even if everybody gets back, it's probably not going to be. They're all still traveling.
Right?
Where are the malicious streams after this we can listen to?
Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah.
Can I just say something fucking like off the reservation?
The floor is yours, Senator.
Thank you. Chairman, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I get like the whole traveling and everybody getting together and all that. But if it's my wedding, I'm not inviting a bunch of randos.
Well, I don't think. Well, that's. But they aren't randos, though. I mean.
But she's never met them in person.
Yeah, but I will say this much though, and I feel this way. I understand it. I mean, they're not randos at all. I mean, those are people she.
They're not randos.
They are colleagues and people she has worked with for.
If anything, she owes them a wedding invite. I will say that because of them sitting on her channel while she rakes in the money. But I will say, like, when it's your wedding, I don't know. Like, and maybe I'm just like Chicago Catholic, and I'm just very like, yeah.
See, but I not
like my family, and again, I'm Polish, Russian, Italian, and Irish.
Yeah.
If my Italian family saw a bunch of randos coming to my wedding and being like, "How do you know her?" Oh, well, I was on stream with her for
it's weeks. But yeah, but I guess I'll say Farron. I guess I'll just say, you know, I it's not that way, and it's hard for me to explain, but it's. I'll explain it to you afterwards, okay? Mm-hmm. But no, I don't. It's not that ridiculous. I think.
And again, I understand.
So
like,
let me explain. Let me explain it to you, okay? Mm-hmm. But I'll do it later. We'll do it in a second. Mm-hmm. Somebody's asking about Ukraine. What's going on? The Ukrainian army's about to get fucking wrecked now.
They have been getting wrecked.
Well, no, I know, but they just lost. the pocket in Severodonetsk is Severodonetsk has fallen. Luhansk.
Donetsk and Lugansk have been.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean
Russia
the
God
well,
knows
no, but the specific towns.
Okay.
Slavyansk is standing by to be overrun, and that pocket in eastern Donbass is getting very tight. And basically, the Russians have turned into eliminating, like, turning every inch of Donbass into the moon. They are just artillery pounding their way through.
Now,
So,
mind you, though, you do know that both of those regions have been dealing with the war since
Sure.
2014.
Sure, but the
And
Russians
I know you know that, but
the Russians
your
are
audience.
yes, but
Yeah.
the amount of firepower the Russians have been doing artillery-wise, they've been shooting like 50,000 rounds a day, fire mission wise. So
But-
they are literally
That's
pulverizing.
nothing compared to what the Ukrainians
Well-
have been doing to that region for the past.
Well,
years.
the Ukrainians weren't shooting 50,000 rounds of ammunition, like 50,000 artillery rounds, not
Right,
just
they
like,
were just shelling their own civilians.
yes, they were just shelling cities, but yes, the Russians are
Their own
absolutely
civilians.
yes, the Russians are
But
pulverizing.
now those civilians that speak Russian
Yes.
are now actually their civilians.
And that's a separate issue.
Right.
I'm just saying what's going on right now. The Russians are probably going to seize Luhansk probably this week, and probably by August they'll have Donetsk.
Which,
by that
mind you,
point,
both of those regions
before the fall,
had their own councils saying that they
Yes.
wanted to be back part of Russia.
and before
but
the
yeah.
well the entire province, and I will say
Right.
probably, and I'm not saying because I think this is a good thing the Russia's doing it. Probably before the fall is over, they will conquer Kharkov again, and they will control pretty much the eastern half of the country. So that's what's happening, Dick.
And you know what's funny is there was oh God, it was Professor Mersheimer, who was at the University of Chicago, who talks about how the United States is going to be responsible back in 2015 for the whole fall of Ukraine. And he goes into how they were going to be splitting up Ukraine. And you can see it on my channel. I have all of this stuff on my channel where you can see on the documentary playlist and what have you. And he talks about, he's like, these were all designed. A lot of it stems back from World War II with Stalin and how he drew up the borders.
Yes.
And that's what a lot of this is stemming from for Americans that don't understand. I mean, and mind you, between the fall of the Soviet Union, even Putin talks about this, where he's like, hey, imagine waking up in Illinois and then waking up the next day and finding out you live in Indiana that's right next door. I mean,
Sure.
there's a lot of shit that's going on, and we don't understand it in the United States because we have a coast to coast, whereas Europe, it's completely different. And I talked about this on my channel last night and the night before, and I think it's really, really important for Americans to understand that this is insanely a complicated issue, because Ukraine and Russia, it is truly a controversial relationship where they love each other because they're brothers in arms and they've fought with each other before, but then at the same time, in the past, they've also fought against each other. And if you watch on my channel, it's dubbed Europe on Fire, but you'll see Ukraine on Fire. You see where they've been brothers and they've been enemies. And the relationship between the two is, you can't sum it up in a 3-minute soundbite on cable news here in the United States. And that's what our news tries to do with us.
Yes.
And that is the big deal that I have a problem with, is it's like, you don't know Stravaspol, you don't know Kharkiv, you don't know the Donetsk, you don't know all of these regions where they're Russian speaking. And if they were Russians living in Ukraine and they went over to Kiev, they would have gotten spit on, they would have gotten shit thrown at them for speaking Russian, and how it's a lot of racism between the countries because of this infighting. And then the United States went in and started the soft coup of the Maidan coup back in 2014. And we made it even worse via John McCain, Lindsey Graham, Victoria Nuland, Jake Sullivan, all of the people in the Biden administration now. And that's my whole thing. Right, Holly? Right, Holly Bear? It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up. But yeah. Right. She's like, Mom, really, Ukraine? because she knows I'm very passionate about it, because I have family on both sides. I have family in Ukraine, I have family in Russia, and I know exactly like how it all works, and it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, we mentioned this already, Christy. This is a very good one to watch.
Yep, it's on my channel, Europe on Fire.
Yes.
If you haven't seen it, you can watch it for free on my channel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good.
You're fucking welcome, bitches.
Yes. All right, guys. Well, that's it for tonight. Kiwi Thinker, yes, for $2. Yes. Yes, Ukraine has had a very weird way it's been drawn and interpreted in its boundaries for most of its history.
Right.
And yes, that is correct. But yeah, that said though, yeah, it's, for all the news reports of like, oh no, the Ukrainians have got it won. You'll notice that's probably going to change very quickly into, well, they're retreating with pride or they're fighting the noble fight. Yeah.
No.
Well, as we used to do in high school at games, like you start jingling the car keys. It's time to start the buses. It's over. We're at the end. So.
Mm-hmm. But mind you, they're predicting that this war is going to last for another 5 to 10 years.
Ultimately it will, but I think Russia will get what it wants.
The more that the United States sends money, like we just spent, and if you guys watch
$40 billion.
If you guys watch my channel, every night I go through the top 5 stories of the day and what the media is not telling you. It's from 8 to 10 p.m. Just before Good Logic, and I go through, like I said, those channels or the stories, and yeah, I know, right? And it's, mind you though, Azov, anyway, but we've sent over $26 billion, and we just approved sending another $1 billion this week. Mind you, no one's going to hear about that because all you're going to hear about is gun rights and abortion.
Und das heißt Erika. Although they won't be playing that.
When we're talking about needing money for social programs and whatnot, don't worry. I'm sorry, we can't find money for that. But when we need it for Ukraine, we can find all the fucking money in the world.
Yep.
So that's the military-industrial complex for you.
Yes, it is a money laundering organization there. So, all right, guys, with that being said, it's been a long, 4 hours. So, yeah, we had fun. So, yeah, that's really it for tonight, guys. I appreciate everybody sticking around. It's been a lot of fun. Farron, thank you for coming along with me. And
like, you are crazy, Farron. When are you sleeping? I don't.
Yeah.
Crazy never sleeps.
I think, guys, we might do this again tomorrow night, especially if nobody's around. I'll keep filling the power vacuum until people show back up, and then maybe I will relinquish control. I don't know. We'll discuss it.
See, I'll be live tomorrow, but then I'll come on yours after. You can come on mine, and then I'll come on yours.
Yeah. So
take that
good night.
You want, folks.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Yep.